of the city property committee at 5:55 on March 11th. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Kukoviac.
Here.
Councilor Russo.
Yeah.
Councilor Moreno. Here. 3 in attendance.
Is there any public comment written or online?
There's nothing written.
Nothing online. Okay. Councilor Rita, can you take item number 2?
Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing the mayor to extend a ground lease with Penrose LLC for property located on School Street. And as further described in the exhibit to the ground lease agreement. My motion is to take this resolution up.
Second.
It's been motioned by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we take up the resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a ground lease with Penrose LLC for the property located on School Street. And as further described in the exhibit to the ground lease agreement. All in favor of taking up this resolution?
Aye.
All right, if we want to start with Jeremy, because I know he's on there.
Yep, I'll give him permission to talk once.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No.
It says he's talking, but Jeremy, hang on. We're just trying to get you to work here.
Great.
It says he's talking, but it doesn't. Let me plug this in directly.
The old school phone. Really more advanced in technology, more likely it'll break.
We had a problem this one time. I had to use my phone. I had to call back to people. Put my phone. The microphone for people to hear.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's like that. If you-
Why?
if you can figure that out.
Yeah, why are we gonna have, well, Frank, representative from Penrose, you guys want to start?
This isn't my ball meeting, so.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Okay. Penrose?
I can give a big kind of picture overview, so I can speak a little bit about us first. So Penrose, we're a national multifamily mixed income housing developer. A vast majority of the projects that we do.
It says Jeremy's talking.
It's
It's not.
rent restricted units.
And
And in addition to being a developer, we're a long-term owner and operator of these properties, and we have an affiliated property management company also.
My perspective is kind of, we want to be the representative that helps the project from the beginning all the way through construction, through lease up, and all through the day-to-day operations of the project. And we were brought to this kind of master plan through the partnership that the city had started with Fortuitous, and we were brought to bring the affordable component of this to fruition. At the time, this 99-year ground lease is in kind of financial, substantially kind of complete form, and while we aren't quite ready to execute on this, the project's status is that we have applied to Rhode Island Housing for funding in December. We anticipate hearing from them in maybe a month and a half. And then at that time, we will be progressing our drawings to be permit ready in the city for building permits, close on our financing. And then at that time, when we have all our financing in place, is when we would execute this ground lease with the city.
I have one question. It might have distracted my vision just really bad. I thought this is, when I was looking at where this is gonna be, I was a little confused because it's not on the corner of school, like where, if you're coming up to Vision on that corner, it's a little bit can you kind of just describe a little bit exactly where it is? Because I just felt like the picture was a little blurry. I was a little confused. It was just written in Penrose. I just couldn't figure it out too much.
Yeah, so it's like, is this the map?
Yeah, that's the one I have. And
Yeah.
it was hard. I was like, oh, it's not the corner, but it looks like the arrow just points to the street. So I was just.
Yeah, so it is, this parcel, that it's not at the corner, it's along school, it's farther along School Street.
Okay.
And it's kind of just.
If I may, you're about 60% into the width of the Portuguese Social Club parking lot would be the opposite of where it's.
Like across from there?
Yeah, across, right? So if you can see,
Yeah, just go, like, see how it just points to the street
Yeah.
here?
so this is, if I'm not,
This is the corner.
this is the Portuguese Social Club parking lot.
Yeah.
And then it stops right about halfway, maybe, right about there. And it stops up there, so as the cars
As
are
it
coming up,
turns.
so I believe the red light is right here.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
Is that correct? The red light is right after that point, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
kind of still projecting up, and that's where the start is. So if you were in a Portuguese Social Club
Yeah.
parking lot, you'd be looking halfway, you'd be looking at the beginning of it. across the street.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that, I can see the V now, there for.
Yeah, I think the arrow's pointing to where the parcel would start.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just right, and I was
Didn't mean to
like,
jump in, sorry.
no, I appreciate it, but I was like, I don't understand where I'm pointing.
Yeah.
They had the red lights there.
Yeah, it would have been easier to figure that out. Okay, awesome. Are they still working on Jeremy? Well, my college. Yep, Council Marina.
So do the targeted houses, thing, it has a, target, AMI?
Yeah, so all the units will be restricted up to below 80% AMI.
Okay.
The breakdown that we submitted to Ryan Housing would be 14 units at the 30% AMI,
14 up there.
4 units at 50, 25 at 60, 12 at 70, and then 13 at 80. So it's a range to hit all the different, a lot of different income
Levels. Can you say that one more time?
14 at 30% AMI,
Yeah.
4 at 50,
Yep.
25 at 60,
Yeah.
12 at 70, and 13 at 80.
Would that constitute all be affordable? It's not like.
Technically, yeah.
How many are 70?
12,
12. And 5 or 80?
4 at 50, 12 at 80, or 13 at 80, sorry.
12 and 70, 13 and 80. Yes, okay.
And we need one more, right?
No,
Oh, Angela.
the answer does. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew that question was gonna come up, so I made sure I had that.
So the lease won't be executed until financing is secured.
Correct.
And you think that would be a month and a half or?
So the lease will be executed when we have all of our financing secured and we're ready to close with all of our lenders. So we anticipate that the lease will be executed probably closer to the end of the year.
And then when would an anticipated groundbreaking?
Once we execute the lease, we will try to start basically the next day. And then, so we'll put a shovel in the ground, within a couple of days of when we execute the lease.
No, actually, Councilor, asked the question I was gonna ask, so thank you.
Parking?
Yes, I don't remember the exact parking count, so 68 units. And I would need to get back to you on the exact number of parking spaces that we got approved.
It was over one space per unit.
But has a traffic study and all that been done in that area for?
We didn't feel that traffic study was warranted through the planning process because it's not a project of scale that would have warranted that,
Okay,
as the commission felt.
okay,
This is complete with the planning part, we went through preliminary and final plan, so planning process is completed. And it needed to be completed so that they could pursue the funding, so.
Sergio?
Yeah, and upkeep, snow removal, trash disposal, all that would be up on.
Our property management will be taking care of all of that. We'll have professional property management on site.
All the grass and all that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is-
I know it's gonna be a big improvement to that area.
Sure.
But we also, once it's improved, we want it to stay really nice.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
And this is considered one B, phase one B,
This is the first project of one.
one B.
It's a small lot. The lot's only about 1.5, 1.6 acres. So it's a pretty small piece, but it's the first out of the overall concept, which would be wood project on both sides of the river. But this one is the first out we take.
Is Jeremy all set? Or
Can you hear me?
make any comment?
Me? No. I didn't. No.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Jeremy, can you speak up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, and I wish I could be there in person. Is there anything in particular that I can tell the members of the committee, or would you like me to give some broader context to why this is coming up tonight? How can I help?
Jeremy, we're having more technical difficulties.
Okay,
Hi.
Try now.
how's that?
Well, it's on for now. Let's see if it stays on.
Okay. Well, I think Carmen did an excellent job answering the questions that the committee asked. Are there other questions that I can answer, or would you like a brief overview of why we are where we are, and how can I be of most assistance?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have any other questions. If you wanted to do a brief overview, but I think we're good on our end.
Okay, well,
Yeah, so I don't want to, just in case there's I mean, if you want to
Sure.
give a little bit, but just in case you
Be ready to do
shut
it.
off again.
Be ready to do it 5 times by the time we get this thing fixed.
okay. Well, I mean, the Reader's Digest version is that we executed an MOU with Penrose in the fall that the committee approved. That essentially was an agreement to enter into this lease. And really all this lease is doing or all the resolution is doing tonight is approving the effectively the final form of the lease agreement. So there's really no material change here from what was already approved. It's mostly a formal step in the process in terms of finalizing the documentation.
Jeremy, this isn't working.
Okay,
But thank you.
sure.
If I may,
Yes.
to me, this is gonna actually enhance the property area that has needed some improvement.
Yeah.
Since I've been around. I'm happy that, gone through the process up to this point. And that you've got an affordable housing mechanism here, which is so really desperately needed in many urban communities, including ours. So I'm looking forward to supporting this resolution. I get it forward to the council.
And I will say, I feel like this part of the original project, like when it was starting to get the conversation about these things, this was the parts that we were excited about when everything was happening at the beginning of this whole thing. We were like, yep, we can't wait for the housing, we can't wait for the other side. So it's good to start seeing that coming to fruition a little bit, so.
And I'll add, Chair, I think it's pretty, and who add on to the water project as a whole and that housing work.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion that we recommend approval to the city council of this resolution. Second.
So it's been motioned by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we send this resolution with the recommendation for approval to the full council. This resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a ground lease with Penrose LLC for the property located on School Street, and as further described in the exhibit to the ground lease agreement. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Mr. Kubiak,
Yes.
Councilor Russo,
Yes.
Councilor Moreno,
Yeah.
3-0.
Motion. Sure.
It's been motioned by Counselor Moreno, and second by Counselor Russo that we adjourn this meeting at 6:10 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjourned. Thank you.
check from the law department.
Yeah, you'll get the release from us. As soon as you get it, just sign it, have it notarized, send it back to us. So you can handle it either way. Faster we get it, the faster.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Roll call?
Chairman Rubio, Council Rujo,
Yes.
Council Moreno. 3-0.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Council Marino, could you
Yes.
go back up to Raymond?
Yes, next up is a vehicle claim for Raymond Munoz Tavares in the amount of $74 for a pothole. I move that it be taken up.
Motion's been made by Council Moreno, second by Councilor Rujo, that we take up claim for Raymond Munoz Tavares for $74 for a pothole. Do we have any,
But
if any
Okay.
comments?
yeah, I mean, it looks like we're within, right at that 7 days, right, 127 and 2-3, and there was a pothole there. So I see no issue with approving claims, the amount from put out,
Okay.
so that was my motion.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Rujo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we have claim, that we approve the claim for Raymond Munoz Tavares for the amount of $74. Rick, will you call roll call?
Chairman Rubio,
Yeah.
Council Rujo,
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
3-0.
Yeah, so next one is a vehicle claim for Kyle McCarthy in the amount of $1,692 for a pothole. Motion to take up this claim.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Rujo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we take up this claim. Any comments?
I have one quick question for Chris. I know that we held it. We always address the issue. I'm just who's on that. Oh, is it ours or the? It's.
Yeah, this, George Bennett is under the city of Pawtucket. We did put coal patch in at that time. I'm not sure if it was last week or the beginning of this week. We did fill it again with hot patch, so it's been with permanent now.
Chris, so that's not a state road or?
George
'cause I thought we
Bennett,
were- Okay, I don't know why I was also under the impression that it was.
Yeah.
And I thought last year we had a couple that were serviced by.
Well, that was the railroads, and that was over the railroad track.
Gotcha.
I think that's what we were.
Yep, you're
and we-
totally right.
I originally, I thought it might have been in the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, but it was in the right of way. There's actually two potholes there. And we addressed both of them. Like I said, either it was
Okay.
last week or beginning of this week with hot mix.
Yeah, if it's within that close proximity to the tracks, like we did on a few, we
Mhm.
basically say statutorily, that's theirs. When you're outside that, that's ours.
Outside the tracks.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a motion?
Well, one quick question.
Yes.
on this. So being that this is a pothole and there was a lot of damage on it, does that still go within that $300 max, correct? Okay,
They're all told this, so when they come in to apply, they're told.
well, just for the record, just wanted to
Yep.
make sure, all right? So with that, I will make a motion to approve this claim of Kyle McCarthy in the amount of the max $300.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Rujo and second by Councilor Moreno that we approve the claim for Kyle T. McCarthy for the amount of $300. Virtually call roll call.
Chairman Rubio, Council Rujo,
Yes.
Council Moreno. 3-0.
Next up is a vehicle claim for Dwayne. Fort. As in the amounts of $1,551.49 and $2,056.35. It is a odd hole. I move these claims be taken up.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Moreno, second by Councilor Rujo, that we take that claim for Dwayne Fortes for the amount of $1,551.49 versus $2,056.35 for a pothole. Any discussion?
This looks very similar to the last one. It's a pothole, so big money, but the max is 300. Filed within the 7 days, and also pothole was found and filled a couple of days after. Few days after, actually 5 days after. So I would motion to approve at the max of 300.
I'm sorry, do we have a second? Motion been made by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we approve the claim for doing Ford test for the amount of $300 for a pothole. Directly call roll call, please.
Chairman Rubio,
Yes.
Councilor Russo,
Yes.
Councilor Moreno, yes, 3-0.
The next one on the vehicle claims is a claim of Janine Smith in the amount of $144.87 for vehicle tow. Motion is to take this up.
Motion been made by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we take up the claim for Janine Smith. For the amount of $144.87 for a vehicle that was towed. Any discussion? Councilor Miles, do you have anything on this?
Nothing more than what I'm reading here. I'm a little bit confused by the narrative. I mean, it sounds like we were under the impression and we told the claimant that this was not listed as an alternate parking lot. No, actually, I guess I just misread this. I'm sorry. So then when he checked the website, he directed her to the list of parking lots to be used on parking bans, and the check of this list does not show 210. I thought it said does show, does not show. So that seems he's consistent in what he's saying. She had an obligation to move the vehicle. She didn't move it. So
Does this also have to fall on just potholes? Never mind, I
don't see why we're responsible for paying it in light of what's that.
So did the city tow it from a private property?
That's not.
Yes, go ahead.
If, is this Conant Street?
210
Yeah.
Conant Street.
Conant Street, so there's been a little issue with the public parking lots. I'm not sure if that was directed towards the police, but if I'm not sure if you're familiarized with it, but the front is restricted only during business hours. I think it's no overnight parking.
Okay.
And it says signs clearly state that there's no parking and your cars will be towed.
Okay.
And then the back parking is parking for overnight parking. There was an issue with, after that first storm, that we got about 15 inches of snow. And we were trying to clear the parking lots. And that Conant Street was one of them. We had a lot of cars that were left there for multiple days. And I'm assuming this is, without looking at it, I'm assuming this is probably one of the ones that they're referring to.
210
Yeah,
Conant.
had a
Yeah.
couple different.
Yes, she was parked in
In the
the
rear.
overnight parking
overnight.
section. She didn't move it according to the
Yeah.
officer after the ban was lifted.
Yeah.
And then she questioned, and when he checked the website, he directed her to the list of parking lots to be used in bans. It did not show this to be listed as.
Yes, and that's correct. So that it's not a snow ban parking. We're trying to work that out right now with the police on these public parking lots of how do we address it and clear the snows with cars being left there for more than 24 hours. And we're trying to work that out right now with the police. Do we put a sticker, abandon it, and then tow it if they don't move it? Because after we haven't had a lot of snow in years, so normally we can work around those parking lots, but with the amount of snow, it was being very difficult in all the public parking lots. With like we had the Broadway, the parking rides on Pine Street near the highway. So we were trying to clear the lots, and it seems like maybe they didn't follow the.
I will say, I know there was a little bit of confusion too, because at some point you're working with Carrie Romansky.
Yes.
Romansky on this.
Yeah.
She actually came by my office. She just kind of dropped in and had some questions, not about this claim, but just about the issues that they were confronted with in total. So yeah, there was a little bit of confusion under the circumstances, but I mean, at the end of the day, just based on my reading of this, it seemed pretty clear that that's not an alternative lot to be,
For snow ban parking,
Yeah.
no, correct.
So
So is there any signs that, I know you're saying the front lot says that you can't park overnight, the back lot, you're saying it is public parking?
Correct.
But is there a sign that specifies that they can't leave it overnight?
They're
Or
saying,
anything really?
yeah,
too
and I
small
think
bands?
it's, we gotta dig in a little deeper. It's saying you can overnight park there, but doesn't say how long you can park overnight. So the question is, can you park your car there for a whole week and not have an issue?
But it was also not on our list.
It's not one of our snow ban.
Are we
parking lists.
looking towards adding that to our list?
At this moment, no.
No.
So basically, if we have signage there that says they can't stay overnight, I think.
No, there is no.
It-
that
no,
was the part.
Yeah.
Exactly, but what I'm trying to make a point, right? So if we don't have signage there and it's not listed on a parking ban, realistically, we all know should move. Somebody should move their car after a couple of days, right? A day or two, whatever it's not.
I think this is more, I agree with you. And when I talked to Lieutenant Hermansky, my way of looking at it, which is probably, kind of nuts and bolts when it comes to this stuff, common sense sometimes dictates that, it's a public parking lot, but you don't have carte blanche to just park there forever and not move your car.
Sure.
Especially after a snowstorm where you know that the city wants to go in there and plow it out. Again, that's common sense to me.
But legally,
Exactly.
I'm like,
But legally, there's nothing that says you can stay there for an indefinite period of time anyway.
And
So,
legally, there's nothing that states that they can't.
no, but then again, how does the city go in there and plow out the parking lot if people aren't moving after a reasonable period?
I understand that, and I completely understand what your common sense part, but not everyone has common sense.
Well, again.
And that's not legally
not
a,
necessarily the city's problem that they don't have it. You know? But at the end of the day, that's just my pitch. The committee can certainly do what it thinks is just and appropriate.
I will say there is other cars that were towed out of there, so.
yeah, we have a list of them. So do you anticipate us having additional requests
I'm trying to work that out right now.
or claims in regards to this?
I expect you will.
Was that list
Expect you will.
submitted to you through a claim? Or was that just submitted to you as a council
It's a claim.
with the multiple names?
Oh, yeah. Well, from the police report gave us a list
Oh,
of
police
the
report,
names.
Yeah, this is just one individual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
How many more
One.
might be coming down the pike?
yeah.
We got a call today on this, didn't we?
I emailed Michelle yesterday, so I think there's like eight cars that were towed out of there.
Mhm.
I can give you the exact account, but.
There was
Say
8.
eight, okay.
You know, my philosophy is when in doubt.
Because they're waiting, the other 8 or 7 are waiting to see what happens with this one, I guarantee you.
That's my worry.
Yeah, they're looking for reimbursement also on the claim. So I wasn't sure if they filed a claim. That's what I was trying to find out.
Yeah, no, they.
I know one person didn't file a claim and then they said they reached out to the council with the remaining names, so.
Going back to Mike was saying, precedent to the extent that in this day and age, anybody can look to see what you did here. So whatever you're going to do on this one, there are others. You really truly have to be consistent. So you really have to make a decision. Do you not pay? Do you pay? What percentage?
and I don't like a gray area when it comes to legal matters, right? And it's kind of like,
Well,
well,
that's my world. That's
I know.
all I live is.
that's not my world.
Yeah.
So, and so I'm perplexed on this one because,
About the gray, there's no need for
You
me.
know, keeps them busy,
that?
keeps them in,
I
it
see,
keeps them in the
without-
money.
Without the gray, there's no need for me.
So with that being said, I mean,
You make the gray.
whatever decision's
I
made,
like the gray.
I hope that some signage will be put up so this doesn't happen. So at least we have something to hang a hat on going forward. Say, no overnight parking or feasible time or some type of signage. That we can say signs there, you know what I mean? Without it being there, it's a tough one. I think common sense wise, you gotta move your car.
Mike, I'll make it easier for you. I think, even though you're not a court, when the court looks at stuff like this, they look at it from a legal perspective, they look at it from an equity. perspective, what do you think is fair under the circumstances? And sometimes that's what it comes down to. Do you think that these people are entitled who are similarly situated to 100%? Or do you think there should be a common sense factor involved? And if you do, then you can kind of meet halfway on something like this.
But. so
But if you
is
do
there-
that, then you got to basically do that every time. You can't pick and choose.
And in every lot, because there's lots all over the city.
Include the Uber amount or is it,
No,
yeah, well,
the Uber's 19 and change, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
1987.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into
Here.
the ancillary stuff.
44, so
I'd
we're
focus on
thinking just, we're looking at just this, right?
Just careful of that precedent being set, but I understand this is kind of a gray area.
Well, just, I think that if we move forward, we need to expect to move forward with all of the 8. Hopefully not, but be ready.
I currently can't approve a claim in any of them.
What's that?
What was that? You said no?
For any amount. Okay. So that's your motion to deny the claim?
Okay.
I will second, just for discussion purposes, while I still think this one through.
Motion's been made by Council Moreno to decline. Second by Councilor Rujo to decline Janine Smith for the amount of $144.87
I do.
for a vehicle towed.
So,
Councilor Rujo, you have a
so,
question?
yes, sorry, DPW, they are the ones responsible for cleaning that parking lot up, right? Because
What do you mean, they, like, the,
the DPW, does the
Yeah.
city clean that parking
Correct.
lot up? They were parked in. That's not considered a snow ban parking lot.
correct, it's just,
The city
it's
owns
one of the, we have a few of them throughout the city that are strictly just public parking. And that we allow overnight parking in some of them. Some of them very, very clearly marked saying no overnight parking or no, tractor trailer parking. But like you said, it's a gray area of saying, how long can you park there? And
There's no definition.
I can't get I mean, as of right now, I don't know. You park there for a week, 48 hours, what's?
So we have no signs, and that's, I think that's
Yeah.
where my,
It just says, in the rear, it says,
what was that?
overnight parking.
Yeah, so I was gonna say the president is here, chair. I don't know if you would like to recognize the president who could probably speak to this. Are you familiar with the
claim.
this claim?
No, but I'm just, you mentioned signs, that their state law does not require that private property owners, even though it's public. City is still the owner of that property. You don't have to say, don't park here, you'll get to.
Okay.
There are no requirements, signs like that, but just listening to the last couple of seconds, it sounds to me like somebody parked in a city-owned lot.
8, to be exact.
8
Well,
people parked.
There's only one
There's
claim.
only one claim.
One claim
So
for
they
8
parked in a
vehicles.
city lot that is not a designated snow
Ban,
Right.
yep, correct.
park, right?
Mhm.
Which that comes with the 2 hours after the end of the parking ban, you need to be out, right?
Correct.
And that is because of city use of those lots, right? Mostly they're school park lots, right?
Correct.
If we're not utilizing that lot, even the park that, I'm not so sure they should have been towed. Just not from my regulatory standpoint, from tows, but they're not obligated to get out within 2 hours after, or even 2 days after, right? I mean, there's nothing that says, certainly put signs up. There's nothing that says you have to have a sign up in order for the person in control of the property, mayor, DPW director, whoever it happens to be, school principal for that matter, to have somebody towed. But if it's a city-owned lot, he hadn't plowed it, we're under no obligation to get to it, to plow it within 2 hours, right? Where's the harm if they were still there? We haven't plowed it. Why would we have them towed?
We,
Or have you plowed?
well, this was not this the blizzard, but the one prior to that with the 15 inches. Cause of the amount of snow, and the cars were there for a couple days without, we could tell obviously. there was
What
still-
lot are you talking?
The Cronin Street in the back.
210.
Okay, so, we went through all our parking lots and we made a list of any snowbound cars.
Yeah.
And we forwarded them to the police department to address them. And that's, they told those out, so we can go back and clear them up, because there was all snow in front of them, around the car. And we were trying to clear that, because of the amount, normally, like I said, we only get a couple inches, we can work around that, but because of it's over a foot. We were trying to clean it
You
up.
have the police officer call the tow yards.
Yes,
Police officer decision, so. Honestly. The person in control of that property. Deemed that those vehicles were trespassing. And had a licensed tow company come out and. Remove that vehicle as provided for in. Like I said, 39-12.1-8.
You're good.
Wow.
Impressed.
So, okay, so there's no regulation required.
There's no signage regulation.
Correct.
Doesn't mean you couldn't put it up there. It would probably be good going forward that if we got, these are snow banned parking, they're obligated to get out by 2 hours after.
right,
The other one is no parking here for more than 48 hours. Unless of course,
right.
during the course of and then you cover, but you don't have to have it, just it's prohibited. And then either you or as the person in control of the property or the police officer at your behest can have it too. That would help everybody.
So right now, we don't have a sign up, so,
Yeah,
Correct.
you don't have to have a sign up because
but like you said,
it's not required. I think ultimately the city, as the property owner, said this is an offending vehicle. We need it gone for a number of reasons. I don't think we should pay that token. That's my gut feeling as a councilman.
Mhm. So now, do we have any further discussion, given the at the state level? You know, it's not a requirement to put up signage. Do we have any further comments?
The only thing I'll say is if we decide, whatever we decide, I would like to see if we could look into putting signages, just as we spoke about before President Mercer and before President Mercer added to the conversation. There was always a plus involved with that, but just so that it's kind of plain as day. That's, yeah, and, okay, that's all I got.
You don't have to say. No parking for longer than 48 hours.
No, we go. Yeah, come on.
72 hours, however long you want to measure, and then you can document that car was there on Monday and here it is Saturday.
Mm.
We're happy with it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council Moreno, are we sticking to the, your motion?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, we have a second.
Some of us. You ready to go?
Right, motion's been made by Councilor Moreno, second by Councilor Rujo, that we decline the claim for for Janine Smith for a total of $144.87 for a vehicle towed. Rick, will you call roll?
Chairman Rubio.
Yeah.
Councilor
Yes
Russo.
to decline.
Councilor Moreno.
Yes.
Denied.
Yes, I said yes to him.
Next one
Yep, please.
is a vehicle claim for Randy Winchell in the amount of $180 and this time I move it. Take it and up.
Second.
Motion been made by Councilor Moreno, second by Councilor Rujo, that we take up the claim for Randy Wong. What is it again?
Winchell.
Winchell, for the amount of $180.13 for a manhole. Any discussion on this matter?
I would like to move that we and I and or the claim to JR and our bro.
Motion's been made by Council Moreno, second by Council Arujo, that we deny the claim for Randy,
One show.
okay, for the amount of $180.13. Rick, will you call roll?
Who are we referring this to?
And referring to JRV, I'm sorry, JR Vinagro. Rick, will you call roll?
Yes. Jim and Rubio. Listen, man, I can't think of your name tonight. Every time I gotta, Rubio, Council Rujo,
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
Now, you won't find this one on the docket tonight because we introduced it tonight and we took it up tonight. We don't like to put it out there, put it back the same night. So this is gonna be on the docket in 2 weeks. So you'll have 2 weeks to learn his name.
Winchell.
Bunchel.
Okay,
Okay, I'm saying number three.
yes, please.
Okay, number three, miscellaneous claim for Penny Feldman, in the amount of $96.29 for property damage. Motion is to take it up.
Second.
Motion's been made by Council Arujo, second by Council Moreno, that we take up Penny Feldman for $96.29 for property damage. Any discussion on this matter?
May I?
Yes,
All
please.
right, I wanna ask Council Milos, to me. I feel the pain of the person who walked the shovel to this, but it's on the sidewalk.
I agree.
And it's not like the truck went on a sidewalk.
I agree.
So I would make a motion to deny.
Second.
Do we have a second? Okay. Motion's been made by Councilor Rujo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we deny Penny Feldman for the amount of $96.29 for property damage. Rick, will you call roll, please?
Jim and Rubio,
Yes, we deny.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Moreno.
No
3-0.
business before us. I move to
Adjourn.
We're going to be getting started relatively soon. If anybody is currently waiting on Zoom, can you please press the raise hand button at this time for public input? For public input.
But tell me not to, not.
Okay. Public input not for the Conant Street hearing. Okay.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our temporary council chambers on Freight Street for tonight's meeting. The first item on our agenda is what we call pre-council. It's a recognition of an appointment of Mary Lee Arsenault to the Board of Canvassers. And I know she's here. Ms. Arsenault, if you could come forward for a moment, please. Is the light on the microphone, on the base?
How about now?
There you go. We don't generally have difficulty hearing you anyway.
I was gonna say you don't really need this, but
Sorry we had to keep you waiting. As you can tell, we've got quite a few things going on tonight, but we just always invite down new appointees to boards. So we can thank you for offering to help out the city in any way you can. You're being appointed to the Board of Canvassers, which, you know, you've long understood the importance of that. So if you'd like to just tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about why you'd like to be confirmed to the Board of Canvassers.
Yes. So it's good to see you all here in the collective tonight. For those of you who do know me, I've been involved in city politics since I was 4 years old, going door to door with my dad, Henry Kinch, for his first campaign as council. And I've been involved in it actively ever since. So there's really no one better that knows the election process than myself. My brother currently serves on the council in Cumberland. He's the president, and it's public service has been a part of our blood. We've been born with it. It's what we do. It's what we love to do. So I'm first want to thank the mayor for giving me this opportunity to serve in this capacity. I do appreciate that. And for those of you who have worked with me or beside me in one capacity or another, you know for sure that I like the I's dotted and the T's crossed. So I certainly won't be letting you down. But most importantly, I show up, and that's what matters. So again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. I love serving the city. I've done it numerous times, and this is just another hat that I'm looking forward to wearing.
Anybody have any questions for Mary Lee? Not even your neighbor.
Hi, neighbor.
Well, again, thank you. You have our appreciation, as with everybody who comes down and is willing to serve on a board. Not always easy, but
True.
absolutely respected and appreciated. So thank
Great.
you very much.
Thank you.
I'll say this, you're not until later on in our long agenda tonight. Don't feel like you have to stick around. I'm pretty confident the confirmation will go as planned.
Awesome. But
Alrighty.
it looks pretty interesting tonight, so I think I may stick around.
Stick around if you like.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item is public input. We have nobody signed up for public input. Many people sign up for a public hearing and it comes later, but nobody signed up for public input here in person. We have one person online. It's Representative Sherry Cruz, and she's here for public input, but not about the Concord Street proposal. Okay, in that case, can you patch her through?
Good evening. This is Representative Cherie Cruz, 30 Power Road.
So,
Actually,
can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me right now? Can you hear me?
Can you type in the chat and
All right, she says she can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Can you type your phone number into the webinar chat and we'll dial and have you call in that way?
no, I said you never slotted it, not you, they are. Okay, you're on.
Thank you. This is Representative Cherie Cruz, 30 Power Road. I'm calling in during public comment to strongly urge the denial of the license for the Ally Recycling. First of all, I want to thank
Rep, could I interrupt you for 1 second, Rep?
Yes, absolutely.
That is being entertained in a public hearing, not yet ripe. We're gonna be doing it in maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. Can you hang on until then?
Absolutely.
We'll call you
Okay,
back.
we'll call you back.
Okay. But
Okay, my apologies for that. We are now on to the Board of License Commissioners meeting. Call the meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer,
Here.
Dr. Rujo,
Here.
Dr. Codere,
Here.
Dr. Gregor. Dr. Moran,
Here.
Dr. Moreno, Dr. Rubio,
Here.
Dr. Stokoviac, Dr. Wildenhain. Here. 9 in attendance.
Mr. President, I call for approval of the consent agenda starting and ending with Private Detective Thomas Antis Surety, Western Surety Company. Motion to approve.
So moved by Council Russo, second by both Council Moreno and Council Wildenhain, that approval be given to item 1, the consent agenda, which is only one item. It's following bond will be approved for surety named in to be accepted for Private Detective Thomas Anter Security Surety, Western Surety Company. Motion is for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 2, as advertised for a public hearing, auto repair and secondhand shop licenses, Class B, selling used parts. Woodlawn Auto Service, Woodlawn WR Auto Service Corporation, 77 Mineral Spring Avenue, license number AUT 26-1, previously Woodlawn Auto Service, Gary J. Verducci. Motion is to convene this public hearing.
Where is that? Mineral Springs. Been moved by Council Russo, second by Council Stokoviac, that we convene a public hearing regarding an auto repair and secondhand shop licenses for Class B selling used auto parts. It's Woodlawn Auto Service, Woodlawn WR Auto Service Corp. 77 Mineral Spring Avenue, license number AUT-26-1. This is previously, Woodlawn Auto Service, owned by Gary J. Verducci. The motion is to convene the public hearing. Is the applicant here for this? The folks for Woodlawn Auto Service? If you gentlemen could come forward, please. Just one second, gentlemen. Is it down by where Mako used to be? Okay. Right at the corner of Conant? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, welcome. First thing, if you could please give your name and home address to the clerk.
I'm just here to translate for him. He's
Okay.
representing the owner because the owner is not available. So he sent him, his employee over there.
And he's an employee with the owner, and the owner is unavailable right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The district council is gonna have a couple questions.
We need his name.
We need his name and home address, please.
Pedro,
Yeah.
last name?
Figueroa.
You spell that for me?
Yeah. Is that F?
I agree, but I don't.
IG.
What question do you really have? That
What's that?
Yeah.
Mr. Pedro Figueroa Brito, 636 Lonsdale Avenue, Central Falls.
Mr. Figueredo, so you're here on behalf of the owner.
Veo que estoy aquí en representación del dueño.
Yes.
Okay, and why is the owner not available to come tonight?
Que por qué el dueño no está disponible.
Él no está en el estado. Ahora
Yeah, he is not in the state. He's all the same years in New
Okay.
Jersey.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna turn this over to the district councilor, Councilor Stokoviac. Hopefully she can ask enough questions and he'll be able to provide the right answers. If not, we can continue it, but I'll turn it over to her now.
Hello. Is the owner, does he live in New Jersey and this is being rented to you?
De que si el dueño vive en New Jersey y que le está rentando eso a usted o era el dueño.
Or like
El dueño.
he lives in New Jersey?
Digo que si él vive en New Jersey. Sí.
Okay, so who is running day-to-day operations there?
Que quién está corriendo las operaciones de Julio.
Yo.
It's gonna be you?
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is a new, are we taking over from Woodlawn Auto Service? The previous owner?
Y el que están tomando las operaciones que era de Woodland originalmente.
De Gary.
Gary. Yeah.
Okay, what are the hours gonna be? The
¿Cuáles van a ser las horas de operación?
De 8:30 a 6.
8:30
A 7.
8:30 to 6?
Yep.
And so it's currently, obviously it's not changing. Are we upgrading things? Is it gonna be the same? Are we doing any renovations? What's gonna be changing with new ownership?
Que si está cambiando algo, que si va a seguir todo operando lo mismo que tenía anteriormente, pues si van a variar algo.
Pero ahora vamos a seguir igual.
Yeah, everything stay the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
and have you worked there? Have you been working there, or is this a new place for you?
Que si ha estado trabajando ahí, o si algo nuevo para usted.
Igual.
Yeah.
No estoy nuevo ahí porque yo trabajo en otro lado.
Yeah, he's been, cuando usted empezó ahí.
Hace como 4 meses.
He's been working there like 4 months.
But has he done this kind of work before this location?
In the same location?
Nope, if it's the previous location, what's his history working with cars in this type of industry?
Que ¿cuál es la experiencia suya en el trabajo anteriormente?
16 años de Chiqui Muffler.
Yeah, he worked for Chiqui Moffer for about 16 years.
16 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything, are any cars being worked on outside the building?
Que si hay algún vehículo que lo haya estado trabajando fuera del edificio.
No.
Everything's indoors. How, I wish I would have had, time, but okay. How many employees are gonna work there?
¿Cuántos empleados está trabajando?
Tenemos uno, estamos buscando todavía.
He said they have only one that keep looking for another employee.
In addition to him?
Te digo, adicional aparte de usted.
O 2 más, 3 más 3.
3 más, aparte de usted. They have 3 more besides him.
Okay, and then is it just basic auto service, no auto sales? What's the, how would you describe the business? Just repairs?
Digo que si ahí lo único que está haciendo es reparaciones, usted no vende carro, o vende reparaciones. Just repair. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so nothing is changing. Do any of my colleagues have any questions?
I have a question for the clerk, actually. Rick, should we be entertaining this if the
If the owner's not
the
here?
owner who is the lone owner or member of the LLC?
You can send a rep. You can send a rep if you want. If you're satisfied with the responses, you can take action. If you want to talk to the owner, you can
Yeah.
postpone until,
Okay,
So it's, I don't know that anybody else has any questions, but it's your pleasure as to what you
Yep.
want to do.
anybody have any questions? Any of my colleagues? Counselor Wilden?
Council Wildenay.
I drove by there today. Is this the one right next to the cemetery on the corner,
Él pasó por ahí hoy, que si el negocio que está
Conan Street?
al lado del cementerio.
Yeah. You said no vehicles are being worked outside, but yet you got an outside lift with a vehicle up on it.
Que usted dice que usted no ha hecho un trabajo fuera,
Oh,
pero
no,
hay
yo-
un lifter.
O sea, no, yo pensaba que era entero, pues, pertenecía el área completa.
Yeah.
Yo
O sea,
pensaba que era lo mismo.
que la idea que usted tenía era
Que era completo
en el terreno.
sí.
Yeah, he said they had the idea that was working in the exterior part.
Yeah.
Outside. Pero dice lo que dice es que usted tiene un lifter.
Sí,
en la
sí,
parte de afuera.
yes. Yo pensaba
So-
que era completo
So you're working on vehicles outside
Yeah.
outside the place
Yes,
too. You got 3 bays? How many bays in there? Is it 2 or 3?
¿Cuántos lifters usted tiene?
4.
4?
Sí,
4?
4.
Okay.
Is
Thank
the
you.
fourth one an
The
outside?
one outside. One outside.
Okay. And there was no previous stipulations on this? So, okay. I would feel comfortable if we can just postpone this to the next meeting, just so I can call the owner.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm gonna have you gentlemen just step to the side for 1 second. Is there anybody here tonight to speak at this public hearing about this particular license request? Okay, then I am your motion is going to be to
If I could just postpone we can close the hearing.
close the hearing?
Yep, we can close the
In
hearing.
that case, I am going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Motion is to continue this matter
To the next
to the
meeting.
next meeting.
Yep.
Okay, is there any discussion about the motion to continue? In that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So if you could explain to him that we're gonna deal with this again
That's what I said I would.
2 weeks, well, it might be 2 weeks from now, that, yes, 2 weeks from tonight. We'll be back here and the council will probably speak with the owner sometime between now and then. So for the moment, we're continuing it, okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, item number 3 as advertised for public hearing, auto repair and second-hand shop, Class B, selling used parts. United Auto Repair and Rental Services, MCS Multi-Services LLC, 1562 Newport Avenue, license number AUT 26-2. Previously, United Auto Service, United Service Center LLC. Motion is to convene this public hearing.
Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Moran, that we convene a public hearing regarding an auto repair and secondhand shop, Class B, selling used parts. United Auto Repair and Rental Services, MCS Multi-Services LLC, 1562 Newport Avenue, license number AUT-26-2, previous United Auto Service under United Service Center LLC. The motion is to convene the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. Is the applicant here for United Auto Repair? Sir, if you could come forward too. And the same thing, are you the principal in the applicant corporation? Okay, could you give your name
Yes.
and home address, please, to the clerk?
First name is Phoenix, Phenix. Last name is Calixte.
TE,
Yes,
and your address?
56 Hillcrest Ave, Attleboro, Mass. 02703.
Phoenix,
Calixte.
Calixte,
Yes,
56 Hillcrest Avenue, Attleboro, Massachusetts.
Mr. Kalexte, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you for coming down. Just like with Councilor Stakoviak, this is in Council Moran's district, so I'm going to turn the questioning over to him.
Sure, thank you.
Phoenix, if you want to just explain to the council what you want to do over there? What kind of business is it going to be? I know it says it here, but
It's gonna be an auto repair shop. Technically, that's all it is. We try to open to sell cars there too, because we have enough parking space. But from my understanding, the zoning is not allowing dealerships, so we're just gonna stick to auto repair only.
okay, so auto repair and then rental, would you be rental?
Rental, we're gonna apply. They told us we have to apply separately for rental, so that's another one we're gonna add to it afterwards once we open.
So why does it say in rental services? Rick,
Because-
why would I have both if they have to
That's,
apply?
that's the name of the.
Oh, that's just name of the entity, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what are the hours? What are your hours going to be in the days of the week?
We thinking about between 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. And then how about weekends at all? How about Saturday?
We're gonna
or
be
Sunday?
closing on Sunday.
Close on Sunday? And
Yes.
then what time on Saturday?
Maybe on Saturdays is to be determined. We haven't determined a time, but we're gonna close early on Saturday. Maybe at 5 o'clock we close on Saturday.
How many employees will you have?
4.
And how many bays do you have over there?
We have 2 bays.
2 bays?
Yeah.
And then how many vehicles you think will be on the lot for like rental and stuff like that? Or?
It's hard to tell right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
But
doing any type of renovations or anything to the building or pretty much as is?
We have renovate, we have new equipment, new lift, and we have new tire machine, and we repainted and we did a lot of work inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done this work before? You have another business in the past or helped out?
Well, I have done a mobile service back in 2009, but that was in Florida. So I'm not working as a tech, I'm just the owner, but I'll just be overseeing the guys working.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions right now. Nobody on the council has any questions.
Anyone have any questions? This is the old Joe's Glass?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, same thing, sir, if you could just step to the side for 1 second.
Sure.
Is there anybody here tonight in person to speak at this public hearing regarding this application? And anybody online, Dante?
If anybody's currently waiting online, for this public hearing, can you please press the raise hand button at this time? And I see no hands.
Okay, in that case, I would declare the public hearing closed and entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the auto repair and secondhand shop, Class B, selling used auto parts of United Auto Repair and Rental Services, MCS Multi-Service LLC 1562 Newport Avenue, license number AUT 26-2, previously United Auto Service, United Service Center LLC. Motion to approve this request.
The move by Council Moran, seconded by Council Wildenhain, that approval be given to the auto repair and second-hand shop license as articulated by Council Moran. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. You're all set, sir.
Good luck. Good luck.
Item number 4 is advertised for a public hearing, Class B Victual and New, Cozy Eatery Corporation, 904 Main Street, license number LQB 26-2, ENT, previously Aloha Restaurant Lounge. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
It's been moved by Council Ruja, second by Councilor, who's this? This is Main Street. This is Councilor Gregor. Seconded by Councilor Gregor, that we convene a public hearing about a Class B victual and new license for Cozy Eatery Corporation, 904 Main Street, license number LQB 26-2 with entertainment. This is previously Aloha Restaurant and Lounge. I would declare the public hearing open. Is the applicant from Cozy Eatery here? You folks could come forward, please. Gentlemen, how are you?
Good, sir.
Same thing. If you could both, if you're both going to be testifying, would you give your name and home addresses to the clerk, please?
You can do it for me.
So J.N. Messam, 40 the
Can you
ball.
spell that for me?
So it's Jayan, as in Nancy. Last name is M as in Mary, ESSAM,
Okay, and your home address?
40 DeBall Street, Providence, Rhode Island. Zip code.
That's okay.
Okay.
Your name, sir?
Name is Patrick Kafour. Last name is K for Kilo, U, F as in Frank, OUR. And then the address is 173 Whedon Street, Unit 113, Pawtucket.
Mr. J.N. Messam, 40 Dayball Street, Providence, and Mr. Patrick Kufour, 173 Whedon Street, Pawtucket.
Excellent. Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen, thank you. You can probably gauge from what happened before you that this is actually in Councilor Gregor's district, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good evening. How you gentlemen doing? Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so Cozy Eatery, what exactly is it? You want to take that?
Yes. So Cozy Eatery will be a early morning diner in the morning, brunch and restaurant in the evening to late afternoon, in the afternoon to late evening.
Okay, so it's not gonna be a bar, right? So the bar is secondary to what we're looking to do. The primary is restaurant, obviously. And what kind of food? Oh, good. All right, so we're looking at, I'm gonna
It's
say it
fitting for
loud.
you to ask that one. it
Yeah,
sounds like.
of course, yeah. So we're looking to have like chicken and waffles. We're looking to have steak and eggs. We're looking to have we have some salad options, some build your own sandwiches. Then we're also looking to have some tapas style of food. So you're gonna have some spring rolls, some jerk chicken. We're looking to have some, what else?
Yeah, so essentially a very diverse menu of different meals.
Nice season. It's gonna be really, really, really nice and well seasoned. Just saying.
Yes, very diverse.
Okay, and you folks own, it says on the application, Auntie's House, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
currently own and operate Auntie's House
In Pawtucket.
in Pawtucket.
Okay, because I do have some concerns because there was a lot of issues between both Auntie's House and Aloha Restaurant, which is apparently owned by the same person. You're not associated with that person, are you?
Let me take this one. I'm gonna take this one. So the person that we purchased Auntie's house from was the same person that owns Aloha. So we purchased Auntie's house. No,
We purchased the.
Camilla's.
Yes.
And then we turned it to Auntie's house and we made it much, much better. It's extremely delicious. Please visit if you haven't. And
Very popular.
oh, thank you.
But by the way,
It-
we did, so I just want to clarify,
Oh,
we
okay.
didn't purchase Camilla's, we took the asset, the
the
equipment,
assets.
stuff like that. So there's no association with the person. It so happened that this opportunity came up because he was leaving or closing it down or for whatever reason. And he posted it and we seen the opportunity and we decided to take advantage of that. So there's no association with
Zero.
that person at all.
Okay, and so Auntie's house, is that, are you registered with the Department of State in Rhode Island?
Yes, it's under JP Corporation, JP Kitchen Corporation.
JP Kitchen. And you two are the principals on that one as well?
I'm the majority owner
Okay.
of it. Yes,
It's JP Kitchen, I'm sorry, what was the last part?
corporation.
Corporation.
JP Kitchen, RI Corporation.
Okay, yeah, because some of the issues were regarding the entertainments that happened there, loud music.
Oh yeah,
all sorts of
we've heard
things.
stories, but that was under Aloha.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Aloha. Just making sure I make it clear. That was under that, and that's exactly not what we're trying to do.
Yeah, some of the previous partners that, he's dealt with or the previous owners, we've always made it clear that this has nothing to do with what we're trying to do. So we've dealt with backlashes, obviously, from the way how previous people has operated the spaces, so.
Are you leasing both buildings? You don't, or do you own them?
We lease them.
You're leasing, okay. You're looking to serve alcohol, right? And,
Yes, sir.
Mhm. And is anybody like tip certified and all that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And you understand anybody working for you who's gonna serve alcohol has to be tip certified as well?
Yes, sir. We have we partner with Innovative Bar Institute. So a bunch of people who potential candidates that is going to work for us. We have them went through the tip certification last week. So they should be getting the tips certs, as well as we have a partnership with them that new employees will essentially get them tip certified once they are a part of our establishment.
Okay. Are you planning on having entertainment?
Let me take on this one. So, yeah, the short answer is yes and no. Like, we're not looking to have a DJ come all day. I think primarily what we're looking to do is maybe have an event. If someone's looking to have an event, and maybe if they want like a birthday party, maybe they want like a DJ there, then in that instance, maybe we can invite a DJ to come. But we are looking to just use Google speakers and just play music with like Spotify and in the ceilings, and that's it.
Your focus is gonna be food, right? I mean,
That is the main focus.
Yes, sir. Food, just good vibe, not like a loud lounge or anything of that sort. We want very open place, come in, very welcoming. Families are invited, of course. So it's not like a lounge or place where it's,
because
late.
that was the issue with the last place. People were under the impression it was a nightclub as opposed
Yeah,
to a restaurant.
That's the complete opposite of what we're trying to create here, sir.
We heard those stories too.
Yes.
Trust me.
Okay. I'm just not looking for a repeat of that.
It's not, yeah.
Now, did you folks come over when Auntie's house was opening up? Because I don't have a recollection of that before the board.
I do not think so. No. Yeah, you had to. Oh, probably.
Yeah, but it probably wasn't Auntie's house. It was probably what was the name of the
Oh,
corporation?
JP
Yeah.
Kitchen.
We-
All right,
we-
cool. Yes.
Did we approve a transfer or a license at that site to JP? Yes, so that's it. They weren't calling it Auntie's house yet. They hadn't decided on
That
it.
was the DBA, that was.
Yeah,
The DBA was Auntie's house. I don't recall it either, but I know they wouldn't be operating
Yes.
had they not gotten the
license from us. And it's been quite some time, right?
Yes, sir. It's been over about a year now. We work with the city on everything, all the questions. By the way, you guys have been amazing with all the questions. Every time we call the city hall, they answer all our questions. They walk us through, the steps and every single thing we need to follow. And that's exactly what we did for aunties. And this is exactly what we're looking to do and keep a tight knit relationship with the city. They come into auntie's house all the time.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Does anybody have any questions? I think, Counselor?
I just wanted to make a quick comment about what they've done with Auntie's house. So I anticipate kind of similar with this is it's become very popular. It's all over social. There's been people highlighting it. So it's has enough of a good reputation that we're getting visitors from other cities coming in specifically for it. And it's noticeable. So I just wanted to say that they've done a good job there. So I think I'm
Thank you.
optimistic about this spot.
Thank you.
Counselor Rougeau?
Yeah, and I echo your sentiments, Councilor Skoviak. I've seen a lot of activity, good activity, people coming in and out of aunties. I know once it changed owners, the vibe seemed to pick up in a positive manner. The only thing I'll say is sometimes you have people that park right on Pawtucket Avenue on the opposite side. Please, if you're approved for this license, keep that in mind that, they tell your patrons not to do that and then follow the guidelines of the parking lot where your new entity would be. Okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you.
I'll just echo that. I've heard nothing but good things about Auntie's house. I'm assuming it's going to translate to the old Aloha. And I also echo Councilor Gregor's concerns that we had a number of problems when that owner owned Auntie's house, or that facility anyway, and then when he owned Aloha. So I trust that Councilor Gregor's district is going to be the beneficiary of your success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That is what I want, and I hope that's
Absolutely, sir.
you will be true to your word.
Thank you.
So
Absolutely.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak at this public hearing? I see nobody. Anybody online?
If you are currently waiting online to speak on this public hearing, can you please press the raise hand button at this time? And I see no hands being raised.
Okay, in that case, I will declare the public hearing closed and entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve the petition.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Ruggiero. The approval be given to the petition for a Class B victualler new Cozy Eatery Corporation, 904 Main Street, license number LQB-26-24. Any discussion on the motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
You're all
you.
set, gentlemen. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck. And so item number 5,
Yep.
petition for a licensed victualling house, first class new Cozy Eatery Corporation, 904 Main Street, license number LQB-26-2, previous Aloha Restaurant Lounge. Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruggiero, second by Councilor Gregor and Councilor Rubio, that approval be given to a petition for license for a victualling house first class new of Cozy Eatery Corporation, 904 Main Street. License number LQB-26-2. This is again previously Aloha Restaurant. The motion is to approve. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 6 is advertised for public hearing, Class B victualler with outdoor seating new JR1 Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC, 250 Main Street, Unit number 1 and 12, license number LQB-26-1, ENT Amusement 2, Pool Table 1, previously Still on Main Pizzeria. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
Moved by Councilor Ruggiero, second by Councilor Codere, that we convene a public hearing. We've got a Class B victualler with outdoor seating for a new license. The application is from JR1 Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC, 250 Main Street, Unit number 1 and number 12. It'll be license number LQB-26-1. Amusement, 2 with amusement 2, pool table 1. This is previously Still on Main Pizzeria. The motion is to convene the public hearing. I would declare the public hearing open. Are the applicants, or is the applicant from JR1 Sports here? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good, thank you. Same thing. Could you give your name and home address to the clerk, please?
TJ Santos, 189 Dartmouth Street, Pawtucket. Unit number 8.
TJ Santos, 189 Dartmouth Street, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Okay, Mr. Santos, welcome back. This, as you know, is Councilor Codere's district, so I'm going to turn this licensing matter over to her.
How are you, Mr. Santos?
Good. How are you, Ms. Godez?
Good, thank you. My first question will be, is Mr. Washington involved this time, or you are going to be running this place,
No, it's a sole proprietorship. Me only.
only you?
Yes.
Okay. As my understanding, he is still, it looks like if he's still involved in the business.
He's not involved in any portion of this business at all. All the paperwork's in my name. Everything's done by me. I've been paying to get the renovations done to the kitchen and inside the sports bar area.
I think you will have to address that to him because he's been posting all over social media. He can't wait to open his bar again. He's been working on it.
I have no idea about any of that because he's not involved at all. All the paperwork's in my name. All of it. It has nothing to do with him. I dissolved that partnership with him when we left here the second time after the disaster that we had.
Okay.
Unless he has something new in the works, that's on him.
No, we're talking about the same bar.
No.
Why if it's a sports bar, you were running it as if it was a nightclub?
Well, he was running it and that was his decision. I was just an investor at the time and I had a lot of money invested. That's the only reason why I've took it up now. And then now it is actual sports bar. We have a bunch of television screens put in. Like I said, we redid the kitchen. That's in Unit 1. So we have a full menu now and it will be a complete sports bar, not a nightclub.
Let me ask you something before I continue with my next question. What does you staying with the name JR1?
Yes.
Is that a name you name it or he named it?
And he named it after my brother that passed away.
Okay. There's another thing that I want to address, is about the smoking.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You're aware of the smoking. You know that not only you don't have a license,
It's against the law in Rhode Island.
smoke license, but also smoking pot in the bar, right behind the bar,
It's all against the law.
and posting on social media, this is what you missed last night.
I'm
with the
very aware
pictures.
of that. And that's once again why I dissolved my partnership with him.
Okay. So if you, right now, before I continue with any other questions, I would like to know if any of my colleagues have any question, Mr. President.
I have one question before we get to somebody else, and you've said it a couple different times that you're the only person on that paper. Well, first of all, you said sole proprietor. It's really, it's an LLC.
It's an LLC, but I'm
you're the
sole
sole member, right? Okay.
Sole member.
And I think what the counselor is getting at is, can you confirm for us that
Mr. Washington?
Mr. Washington not only has nothing to do on paper, but has nothing to do with the operation? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is very fair to say.
Okay. I think that's what she's trying to get at and trying to elicit. And it gave me a little bit of pause when you 2 or 3 times said, I'm the only one on the paperwork. It almost seemed like
I'm the only person
reflecting, but-
that takes responsibility, has anything to do with this place. The buck stops with me. It begins with me. And that's that.
Yeah.
He has nothing to do with it.
And I will say this, the last time you were before us, I think you were the one who came forward and said you took responsibility for a number of the missteps.
Yes.
And you withdrew the application then, so you could kind of get your ducks in a row. So
Yeah.
I think we all appreciated that forthrightness.
The last thing I want to do is waste the council's time. I'm just trying to run an honest and transparent business. I've been in contact with the fire department. I've been in contact with the clerk's office, asking them questions on what's the next step of what I should do. The only reason why I don't have the fire inspection right now is because, like I said, we redid the kitchen and I bought a $17,000 piece of equipment for the kitchen. So I'm investing in this thing.
Did you raise your hand? Council Willie.
Mr. Santos, I'm looking at the schematic here you have for 6 tables on the outside of the building,
Yes, sir.
and you've got 3 chairs with each table.
Yes, sir.
Usually we tell you to keep them up close to the property line because the sidewalks are keep them up close to the property line but I'm not sure, is it the intention for a sports spot to turn around and have alcohol outside?
No, I wasn't looking to have alcohol outside, but if people want to eat outside, that's what it was for, like summertime eatery.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if the alcohol was
No.
going to be allowed outside
No.
of the venue, so
No.
that was just one of the questions I had.
No, no alcoholic beverages outside.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking of that, have you spoken with the city about clearance on the sidewalk?
I don't know the exact clearance, but there is an overhang on the building, an awning, so I was figuring we could put the tables underneath the overhang. That was still part of the property line.
Yeah, so I don't know what we're gonna end up approving or not approving and whether it will come with outdoor seating, but those are concerns that you have to deal with the.
Yeah, I
city
definitely,
rule.
when it came to that point, I would definitely find out what the variance is.
Yep, okay, okay. Did Councilor Rubio, did you raise your hand?
Yes, could you just kind of walk me through, Mr. Santos, of what your operating schematic will be? How is it going to be operated? Who's going to operate it? Are you going to operate it?
Yeah, we will be open from 12 noon to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. Full kitchen, a full bar, obviously. I have hired 2 people for managers, but it's tentative because I don't know if I'm gonna get approved, so I'm not
So you'll
gonna
have
put
2
people
managers
on payroll, a day manager and a
staffing.
night manager. Looking to have 10 to 14 between servers and bartenders, and including kitchen staff.
And are you aware that they need to be safe serve
Yes. Safe serve,
certified,
yeah.
right? Tip
Yes.
certified,
Tip certified, yes.
everyone who serves liquor.
Yes, I know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have any more questions, Councilor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Santos, because of everything that happened before, you know that I am still a little bit not sure about this. However, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you very much.
But there is something that we need to take care of. It is, as of right now, I can only give you until 12 a.m. midnight.
Okay.
And because it's a sports bar, I really don't understand why you have to have entertainment, having a DJ or having a.
Well, I would also rent out the place to people. If somebody wanted to rent it out and they want to bring in a DJ for a birthday party or something
For a
like
birthday
that.
party.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's big enough to double as an event space on one side also.
That explains then the
Yes.
the entertainment. I'm ready to make a motion
Well,
when it's done.
we have to see if anybody else here, so just give us a moment. Again, if you could just step to the side for 1 second. Is there anybody here to speak on this matter? There's somebody on this, okay. In person here to speak at this public hearing about this. Yes, hold on. Looks like nobody. So this is somebody who,
Jerry Cruz wants to talk on this hearing as well.
on this hearing as well? Ah, she should have showed up. Okay, Rep, what do you have to say? Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Council members, I just wanted to add to this, as the representative in that district, I am in strong support of this application. And why? Because I have met with TJ multiple times since that night and believe he is working in good faith. I have not met with the other person who was part of it. I met solely with TJ, and he is what I know solely has been working on this. So I just wanted to add that, he has been forthright. He's been, really working hard to get everything in order since that last hearing. So I really just want to say that I'm in strong support of this application.
Thank you, Rep. That's it online, correct? Okay, in that case, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed, and now I will entertain a motion.
Okay,
Sir,
thank you.
back up,
When we're ready.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion to approve the Class B vitrular with outdoor seating new for JR1 Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC, 250 Main Street, Unit 1 and number 12, LIC no, LQB 26-1. Okay, amusement, two pool tables, okay.
Yes.
Mhm. To, I would like to give it to 12 a.m.
So you wanna approve
Approve with
with stipulation,
stipulation of the 12 a.m.
closing?
and, well, he already knows no smoking, but 12 a.m.
Okay.
If in a few months we have no issues and we're running the way we're supposed to, then you can come back and apply for the YNAM. As of right now, 12.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so it's a motion for approval. I know Council Gregor, you seconded it. Motion for approval. With one stipulation that it is a closing time of midnight. And just so you know, the closing time of midnight brings up by 1 hour all the other deadlines, like last call and who has to be out and all the rest. So instead of
Yes, sir.
certain times, it's lessened by 1 hour. And as the council said, did you want to put a specific number of months before?
No, not as of right now.
Okay.
The applicant can give me a call on the week. We
Okay.
can talk
So
about it.
the motion is for approval of the Class B victular with outdoor seating for JR Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC at 250 Main Street, units 1 and 12. Comes with two amusements and one pool table. And the loan stipulation is closing time is midnight. And that can be revisited after a dialogue with the district counselor. Anybody have any questions or comments on that? Any discussion on that approval with the one stipulation? In that case, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much, council members.
And item number 7 is a petition for licensed victualling house first class new, JR1 Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge, LLC, 250 Main Street, unit number 1 and unit number 12, license number LQB 26-1. Motion to approve.
Moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Codere, that approval be given to the victual house first class new for JR Sports Lounge, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC, 250 Main Street, unit number 1 and number 12. Again, license number LQB-26-1. Would you prefer the same stipulation of a midnight closing? So there's no confusion?
Yes.
Okay, so stipulated. Any further discussion on the motion with the stipulation? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. You got that, Rick?
I do.
Item number 8, as advertised for a formal hearing, Class B victualler, Verbena 21, aka Donde Le Sugra, Verbena 21 LLC, 267 Main Street, license number LQB 24-25. My motion is to convene this for a formal hearing.
It's been moved by Councilor
Second.
Ruja, second by Councilor Codere, that we convene a formal hearing for a Class B victual license holder, Verbena 21, aka Donde La Seguera, Verbena 21 LLC, 267 Main Street, license number LQB-24-45. I will declare the formal hearing open. This is a formal hearing, not a public hearing. If the city solicitor could come forward, and I presume this is the license holder?
So, good evening, members of the board. As you know, Verbena 21 LLC was summoned for a formal hearing this evening on several alleged violations stemming from an incident that took place on January 1st of this year. That included allegations of after-hours operation, refusal to allow access to police, disorderly premises, and certain related issues under Rhode Island General Law 3-5-29 regarding giving management or operational rights or control of the licensed premises to a third party. I've had a few discussions with the principal, Mr. Alves, and of course, input from the district counselor, Coder. And I believe that the parties have reached an agreed upon disposition in lieu of proceeding with a full hearing on the merits this evening. So Mr. Alves, on behalf of the LLC, has agreed to admit to the facts and the allegations as set forth in the summons. And in consideration of the fact that the business is currently not operating, Mr. Alves doesn't believe he's going to reopen. And he apparently intends to sell the business. That being the case, the city proposes a sanction of a $750 fine, no suspension, and no other license modification as long as the business remains closed. Regarding the fine, Mr. Alves has suggested that he may need more time than the board typically gives, which is usually in the 30 to 45-day range. My understanding is Councilor Coder is supportive of that and is willing to give the license holder 90 days to pay the fine. And then last, if the business does in fact reopen prior to sale, the licensee will also be obligated to fund a one-person police detail every Friday for the first 2 months of resumed operation. Again, that would only kick in if he decides to reopen prior to selling the business. Mr. Alves has indicated to me that he accepts those terms, and this resolution, I believe, would appropriately address the violations while accounting for the current non-operational status of the business. I recommend that the board accept the agreement as proposed, and if accepted, this matter would be resolved without the need for witnesses, testimony, or any other deliberation on the merits. I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any about what I just outlined as the disposition. Otherwise, Mr. Alves can acknowledge his agreement on the record and certainly answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay, before we have Mr. Alves acknowledge that, Councilor Codera, do you have any questions or are you satisfied with the resolution? Proposed resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am satisfied with the resolution. I actually had a conversation with Mr. Alves, and he understands that he can not open, and in case he opens, he needs to get the details and $750 fine. We spoke about all the terms, and he agreed with it.
And you find that to be a sufficient resolution?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, Mr. Alves, anything you'd like to say?
Well, sir, I acknowledge what happened.
Mr. Alves, before you, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I just want to say I apologize to the board about what happened on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and I accept my finding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am going to close the formal hearing, and I presume the motion from you, Counselor, is to accept the agreement between the license holder and the city regarding a $750 fine and no other modification of the license while the operation is closed.
Correct.
90 days to pay the fine in question. And if instead of selling the operation, it is to reopen, it will be required to be a one officer detail every Friday night for the first 4 Fridays. Is that correct, Frank?
For the first 2 months.
Okay, for the first 2 months of resumed operation. You understand that to be the case?
Yes, sir.
And I articulated that correctly, Frank?
That's correct. Did you say Friday nights?
I said Friday nights. Yes. Every Friday night for 2 months
Yes, sir.
of resumed operation. Okay. Anybody have any questions on this matter and this proposed resolution? In that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
you.
As advertised for a formal hearing, Class B Victular, Nubai Restaurant and Bar, 434 Broadway Incorporated, 434 Broadway, license number LQB 24-42. My motion is to convene this formal hearing.
Second.
It's been, are we continuing this?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so
Yeah.
would you accept a motion to continue?
All right.
Okay.
So
Been moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Moran, that we continue the formal hearing for a Class B victual license sold to Nubai Restaurant and Bar, 434 Broadway, Inc., 434 Broadway, license number LQB-24-42. And the motion is to continue this until the next meeting in March. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
item number 10, the following public hearing was continued and application for a license was postponed at the meeting held on February 11, 2026, and is again taken up. Wholesale Junk New, Allied Recycling Center Incorporated, 55 Concord Street, license number JNK-26-1. My motion is to reconvene this public hearing.
Been moved by Councilor Arujo, seconded by Councilor Stacoviak, I'm sure, that the following public hearing that was continued in the application for a license was postponed at the meeting held February 11th, 2026 is again taking up. It's a wholesale junk new in the name of Allied Recycling Center, Inc., 55 Concord Street, license number JNK-26-1. I will declare the public hearing reconvened and reopened. Before I do, if you folks could just take a second, I got a little house cleaning things I've got to take care of. So I'd like to just inform everyone that we received a number of written input regarding this. There is a petition opposing the granting of the application. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like
Not everything.
8 pages
There's more stuff that came
in total of the petition. They're on 2 different types of paper, but they appear to be the exact same petition. So I'm going to consider that one petition in total. We have compiled a total of 49 emailed or mailed correspondences, all indicating opposition. They all seem to, many of them say oppose the Concord Street transfer station proposal. So there's a total of 49 there. We have counting Representative Cruz, we have 17 people who have indicated a desire to offer public input at the public hearing. Just want to do a little bit more clarification before we get underway. So this is a public hearing, unlike the public input that we heard earlier, and I just want to clarify a couple things. There seems to be a little bit of misinformation surrounding this entire matter. And I know this because although we have 49 listed here, I counted it on my lunch today that I had 58 of them, and I got 2 more thereafter. So I know I personally received 60 emails, and I just want to point out that a number of them refer to it as the city's renewed proposal to put a transfer station on Concord Street. And I want to be clear, this is not a city initiative. I know many of you lived through, as did Councilor Moran, Councilor Arujo, Councilor Wildenhain, and myself lived through about a decade ago, a city initiated issue for a garbage transfer station. This is not that. This is not a city initiative, but it is an application by a private entity to obtain a a license that we term a wholesale junk license. I just wanted to make that clear to everybody so that we understand the factual reality of what we're here to address. And I don't say that with any preconceived notions on my own part or the council's part. I don't mean to move somebody from offering public comment or dissuade somebody from offering comment. I just want to make sure everybody has a clear understanding that this is not a city initiated measure or proposal. I'm going to have the applicant come forward, and I will turn it over to Councilor Stacoviak, as we did with a lot of the other hearings that you've sat through. I believe they're going to put a proposal on, as most applicants do at the outset. I'm sure Councilor Stacoviak will have a number of questions for them, and maybe they will answer some questions, or maybe they'll draw up more questions for folks here in attendance. So I just ask that you give us a little bit more time to make sure we handle this in an appropriate fashion. So with that, the applicant will come forward. And Councilor Stacoviak, we have opened the public hearing, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I think you're correct. We're gonna start with any opening. Oh, yep, sure, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Tanessa Azar from Moses Ryan. Tanessa, Tenessa. Last name Azar, Azar, and from the law firm Moses Ryan.
And principal of the company is with you, right?
Yeah, so I have also Ed Jameson here. He is the president of Allied Recycling, Inc.
Jameson.
Jamieson. We'll have some other parties after, but we can introduce them as they come up if you'd like.
So as we normally handle things like this, it's the burden is of the applicant to get things rolling. So we'll give you this opportunity to present your proposal and any presentation you have. And then, as I said, I'm sure Councilor Stacoviak's gonna have a number of questions. So the floor is yours.
Certainly. Good evening. Thank you all. We were here briefly last time, but we didn't really get into much of the details. So we're going to treat this basically like a new introduction to it. Like as mentioned, this is Allied Recycling Center, Inc., looking for a new wholesale junk license at 55 Concord Street. What I'm going to do, we do have a presentation for you. Unfortunately, I apologize to the crowd. We were not able to get it on the projector. So we'll read some of the slides aloud as we go. The council members all do have a printed copy. But before we get into all that, I did want to bring up Ed Jameson. He's truly an owner-operator of this business, and I thought we should start with hearing from him, and then we'll go into a little bit of a presentation. We have some of our engineers here as well, and we'll go into that after. But first, I'd like Ed to kick us off.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for having us here tonight. The first thing that I'd like to address is there's a lot of negative social media going around about this project, and I'm glad that you clarified that. Stop the Pawtucket transfer station. And there's been flyers out there on social media, and basically we feel as though everybody has been misled in this community on this. So we'd like to put that to rest. We're not a transfer station. We don't handle trash. We don't handle waste. We don't handle garbage. There's no smells. We're basically looking for a junk dealer's license, as you clarified. So I've owned and operated Allied Recycling for 23 years. It's up in Walpole, Mass. I'll give you a little history of the property. I bought the property 23 years ago from a gentleman, Vic Delmar. The property that we're on was a landfill. It was a municipal landfill from the town of Walpole, owned and operated in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Vic Delmar was the manager of the landfill for the town. They closed the landfill, and Vic Delmar ended up buying the property from the town, and the town issued him a junk dealer's license. and he ran a junk yard up there for probably 3 or 4 decades. That being said, Vic went to go sell the property. We had, somebody stepped in to buy it. They were in there for 2 or 3 years. They made a mess out of the property. Vic threw them out. I came into the picture. I was 37 years old. Vic asked me, he said, why don't you take over this property? So we made a deal and basically went in there, took over the property. And the day I stepped in there, I didn't even know what I was getting into. I went onto the property. The property was a mess from the previous person that ran the property. We worked for 20 years to clean this place up. We worked with environmental engineers, the regulatory agencies. We had a lot of challenges, and I'll be the first one to say that there was a lot of things that needed to be corrected there. So I just want to clarify some of the stuff, because I know that there's been stuff on social media about violations and everything else, and we basically took over a piece of property that had a lot of pre-existing conditions. We worked this property for 20 years, got this place straightened out. A lot of these engineers have been with me. Well, 2 of the engineers have been with me for a long time, but the site has been very, very challenging. It's a very complex site. So we have had some challenges. We've taken a lot of corrective measures to clean this property up. And today we are in compliance with the state. So I just want people to understand like where we're coming from. I'm a boots on the ground type of owner. I'm a trade school boy, but you really want to get an education on the environment and stormwater, buy a junkyard on a landfill, and you're really going to get an education. So I feel as though I'm extremely educated in this field now. We want to come down here to Pawtucket, and we want to bring our expertise down here, and we want to try to open up a yard here and get this thing rolling. I also want to touch on the city councilors that came to our yard. We had a couple members come to the yard on Monday. Did a walkthrough. Think that you saw how the yard looked. We are applying for a junk dealer's license here, and part of the problem with the word junk dealer is people think of junk and they think of cars stacked up, trucks stacked up, parts everywhere. That's not what we are. I don't know what your experience was when you came to our yard, but we're good operators, we're neat, we're clean, and we're safe, and we're in compliance. We had Kyle Johnson from zoning. He came up prior to you guys coming there with one of his colleagues. And in a public forum, when we were going for the zoning hearing, Kyle had said that our yard was very impressive. And that means a lot coming from somebody like that. So just wanted to touch base on all that stuff. I think that the board members that came, I believe that you had a level of comfort when you were at our yard. We showed you our stormwater. We probably put, I think the stormwater design cost us $2.5 million. It's state of the art. Moving forward from there, I did want to touch base on something that we have that we received from the town. We received a letter of good standing from the town. We've been in that town for 23 years. Never had a revoked license, never had any problems. We got an open line of communication with public safety. We're involved with the school department. We got a really good relationship with Selectman's office. And we want to carry that and continue that down here if we can get this done. And we're hoping we can. So moving forward to 55 Concord Street, we've already done a phase 1 and a phase 2 over there. And if anybody doesn't know what that means, a phase 1, we did a phase 1 environmental study. Basically, it was a complete review and research on the property, if there was, what history there was, if there was any spills, if there was any problems. All that came up good. And then we marched forward and did a phase 2. So a phase 2 environmental study, we brought a drill rig in. We did test borings, we did soil samples, we did samples on the test borings. We put monitoring wells in. We sampled the water table over there. And there is no reportable conditions to Rhode Island DEM. The property has come up clean. So we got a baseline for the site. And so that being said, we're ready to move forward with stormwater. You know, that's basically to show our commitment that we are committed to the environment. I know people are worried about their property values. We do have a rendering of what the site is gonna look like. And we're going on to 55 Concord Street, and we're taking probably the worst piece of property over there. It's an eyesore. And we're gonna clean this place up. We're gonna invest a lot of money, and we're gonna make it nice. And it's not gonna drop people's property values. I think people are worried about that, and the community should be worried. Well, not worried, but they should be concerned and ask questions, and we want to be able to field any questions that they have. And I think that with the people we have here today or tonight, I think we'll be able to answer a lot of that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Vanessa.
Have that here. That whole same file of documents. From the town administrator.
So my attorney wants me to talk a little bit about what the property and the site is going to look like. And I think that everybody's got the renderings, but I think people are worried that this is going to look like the Port of Providence. And it's not going to look like the Port of Providence. We're going to have screens in place. We're going to have bunkers. Pile sizes will be limited. And, you know, we're going to keep material moving. Material will be moving out of there all the time. There won't be big stockpiles of material. Right. So we're gonna truck in the material and we're gonna rail it out. So one rail car equates to 4 trucks. So we'll take truck traffic off the road. We're probably gonna have 20 to 25 trucks a day coming in there, somewhere around there. I don't think that that's going to impact the traffic. We have talked to the asphalt plant. So he's open to letting us use his roadway so we don't have to go up to Dunkin' Donuts and make the right there because it could, you know, that could create some problems. So he's offered to open up his roadway to us and let us use that. So when we come off the highway, we're going to hook our first right after the laundromat, and then we're going to go by the asphalt plant and up to the yard. So that'll eliminate traffic on the main road there.
Good. So Ed will be available if any questions come up, but he's not, go anywhere. But I did want to walk you guys through the presentation materials that you have in front of you. We have a little bit of what was meant to be a PowerPoint, but I think this will work. And like I said, I apologize if I read some of the things just aloud, just because the public is not able to see it.
Can I interrupt you for
Sure.
just 1 second?
Yeah.
It looks like people have passed this. Did you put a few of these in the
So,
audience, or?
It's not the entire PowerPoint, but we put some of the renderings of what the site looks like now and what it will look like after, which is in your materials. And we had a couple extra of those. We were able to pass them out to the
Just
crowd.
wanna make sure that's
Yep.
what I was seeing. Okay.
Yep, it's not the entire presentation, unfortunately, but it is some renderings. So just to walk through the presentation, we're just started with a little bit of information about the subject property. As mentioned, it's over on 55 Concord Street. It's about a 6-acre parcel. As mentioned, the rail access is important here, and it does abut the railroad and the highway. The historical uses of this site have been industrial, and the nearby uses, the direct abutters, are asphalt, self-storage, truck repair, DHL, and the cemetery. One note I did make is your regulations do have some requirements for automobile junkyards and their distance to other uses, but the wholesale junk license does not have that restriction. So just to clarify where the site is. And then if we just move to the next page, the zoning. Like we said, there's been a little bit of misinformation about what the actual use is. We in December were before, in the end of last year, were before the zoning board. We had a zoning certificate issued. The zoning use for this site is primary metals industries. This is an industrial open zone, and that use is allowed by right there. So we have our zoning certificate 25-189 from Carl Johnson, who is the director of zoning, that specifically says, the use of the property for a primary metals industry industrial use under the zoning ordinance in section 410.12.19Q is allowed as determined by the Zoning Board of Appeals decision dated December 17th, 2025. And I have a selection from that as well, which the zoning board specifically said that this is an allowed use. So we wanted to make it clear that, this has been looked at and decided by the zoning board that this use is allowed at this site by right. It's primary metals industries. It's not any other use. And then Ed already talked a little bit about what operations are, but like we said, junk is kind of an outdated term. So we wanted to explain a little bit about the realities of the industry, the recovery of metal from scrap and related processing of those materials. So what's going to be at the site? Ferrous and non-ferrous metals like copper, steel, and aluminum. There's going to be metals materials bought, received, processed, some storage of them, and then transportation by truck and by rail. This is not garbage. These are commodities that are going to be at the site. This is going to be a satellite. It's going to work in tandem with Allied's site up in Walpole, where they've been for 20 plus years, as Ed already discussed. I have a picture here that, they have a great of the good standing letter we received dated March 9th, 2026 from the town administrator of Walpole. Allied has a great relationship with the town of Walpole. It says right in the letter that, the Allied Recycling has been operated as a responsible business and community partner. They're then a licensed business and remain in good standing throughout its operations here. The company has maintained the necessary local permits and licenses required. So they pride themselves on their relationship with Walpole, and as seen, the town administrator agrees. Ed addressed the history of the site up there and why it was a unique site and why it was a little more difficult. But it's clear from that letter that Allied and Walpole are in very good standing. This will be smaller scale than what's occurring in Walpole. Like we said, it'll be kind of like a satellite. And it's clear that Walpole views Allied Recycling as a suitable operator. And like Ed touched on as well, I think everyone who's gone up there has been able to see that on any site visits, including Carl Johnson. We've had some good site visits. The next ones are some of the images that were passed out to the group. The first one is a before. So this is what the site has looked like. Just to clarify that this is going to be a real improvement to the area's current condition. The historical uses if you look at one of the images, had some dumpsters on there. This is going to be an improvement from that. And then if you go to the next one, it shows a rendering of what the operations will look like. There's the bunkers that Ed mentioned, a building, some parking, things of that nature. And then, like we said, it's gonna service the rail. Did you want me to?
I have a question.
Yes.
For you at this point.
Yes.
The metal building, you said 7,000 square feet. What's that going to be used for?
You want to talk about the use?
That would be used for non-ferrous, so copper, brass, stainless, aluminum would come in. We would bring it in the building, we would sort it, separate it, and package it.
And it'd be stored in that building?
It would be, yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ed's made it clear, any loads that come into the site, they have inspectors on the site that look at every load that comes in and sort it and do that kind of stuff. The next image is a before of the street view. So not the side with the rail, but Concord Street. So there's plans to improve and buffer this. So the first one is the existing, and the second one is what would be proposed for landscaping, screening, some shrubs and things of that nature, along with a wall and a fence. And then just to get into a little bit of the engineering, some items of interest like stormwater, noise, and traffic. We have engineer Dan Bordeaux here from Geocentric, and I'd like to let him come up now and walk you guys through those items.
Daniel Bordeaux, Bour. DEAU of Geosyntec, GEOSYNTEC.
And where is that?
We're out of Acton, Massachusetts. Do you need the address for that, sir? Okay.
That's okay.
Well, good evening, council members. Just wanted to touch base on 3 preliminary evaluations that we've looked at for Ed and his team on this facility. They comprise of stormwater, noise, and traffic. And as you can see on slide 10, it's the first slide with the blue topping. There's a number of regulations that are set forth requirements for these media. They range from local, state, and federal agency requirements, and these cover stormwater, noise, and traffic. If you want to flip to the next slide, council members, at first we'll talk about stormwater here. And then the next slide, please. So there's 2 phases of stormwater that are looked at when we're looking at a project like this. There's the initial development that would require stormwater management that's implemented. And that includes both erosion and sediment controls, like during any construction activities of a building or so forth. And then also stormwater management, long-term stormwater management controls that are regulated both from the city's ordinances as well as Rhode Island DEM stormwater management requirements. Those set forth the requirements of the development itself. And then once you get into the operations, the industrial operations of a recycling facility, then those operations are governed under what's called the Rhode Island Multi-Sector General Permit, and specifically subsector N for the recycling facility. Next slide, please. Under the multi-sector general permit in Rhode Island, it sets forth a number of requirements that govern stormwater management at a facility like this. They include good housekeeping, conduct routine site inspections, implement controls for stormwater runoff, that's quality and quantity, monitoring stormwater discharge, and when I mean by monitoring is actually visual and sampling that then is a laboratory analysis, and then maintaining a stormwater management plan. Next slide, please. The stormwater management plan comprised of a number of different elements. It includes water quality, water quantity, so the amount of water running off of a site, requires development of a pollution prevention plan specific for that industrial activity and specific for the site. Also outlines operation and maintenance requirements of the stormwater management system, and then requires a design that looks at both the existing conditions of the site now and then the developed conditions of what the site will operate as, and develops a stormwater management program to manage that post-construction condition or the industrial condition. So based on preliminary evaluation that we did, a hydrologic evaluation, you look at the current land use, which is primarily impervious cover, former industrial use, and the proposed condition, there's minimal change in what we call runoff curve number and the runoff volume. Next slide, please. We'll talk about noise next, and then next slide, please. So there's two levels of noise requirements that we're looking at here. One is the local ordinance, which sets forth numeric noise limits within each zoning area. And those are performance-based values that are evaluated at the property boundaries. See, we're in, you see the red outline here on this slide. We're in the industrial zone, which has a numeric limit of a numeric value of 75 decibels. Next slide, please. So in addition to the overall site noise requirements, there's also federal requirements for job worker safety. And this is through the OSHA regulations. And here we're just showing that there's numeric criteria that are required to be monitored and met at the job worker location. So specifically on site of that job worker, whether they're in a piece of equipment or walking around the facility, these numeric requirements are need to be met at that level. So we have the drill down level on site and then at the perimeter of the site. Next slide, please. So when we look at evaluating a recycling facility like this in the development stage, we do what's called a noise analysis. And that consists of taking a look at what equipment is going to be used on the site, developing a model, and then projecting that sound to the perimeter through modeling software. And then there's also a phase where the baseline is monitored in the field. So baseline condition before anything is done there, evaluate the noise levels, and then that's incorporated into the model. And then the model is used to inform operations at the site. Next slide, please. This should be slide 19 in the lower right corner. So typical noise sources at a recycling facility that we typically do this at are listed in the table on the right. I'll read out loud for the public's benefit. There's wheel loaders, material handlers, forklift, the locomotive on the railroad track, train coupling, which is referred to as shunting when the train cars connect, on the on-site trucks themselves, and any HVAC units that are associated with the buildings. One thing to point out here that typically in our experience when dealing with noise on these recycling facilities is that the shredders are the loudest pieces of equipment that typically dictate the outcome of the noise modeling. In this case, this facility is not planned to have a shredder on site.
One question about that, I highlighted it, is it's not planned, but could it be part of the plan in the future? Yes.
Okay, next slide, then we'll touch base on traffic briefly. And next slide, that's slide 21. So we did a preliminary traffic evaluation and we looked at the facility, the planned facility operations. So approximately 7 employees, went through the equipment, including the material handlers, wheel loaders, forklifts, vehicles operating on the site, approximately 25 trucks per day, and up to 1 locomotive serving the site with hours of operation between 7 and 5. And just to note here, one of the pieces that's advantageous of this site in our experience is that you have the ability to load into locomotives, which has the same volume as about 4 trucks. And then next slide, please. Should be slide 22.
Actually, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The 4 trucks that you have superimposed just for the qualitative aspect, are those the types of trucks identified as wheel loaders or material movers, or is that simply a graphic?
It's simply a graphic, just showing 4 trucks equals roughly 1 rail car.
Those aren't the types of trucks that will be being utilized on the site.
Correct. Just a general truck graphic. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah, I have one.
I'm sorry, Counselor.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question too. So as you're speaking about the trucks, is there any account for the public? You're going to be accepting metals from pickup trucks, et cetera, household? And is that been studied in what the effect will be in the traffic in that area?
Yes, so if you do go to the next slide, I'll answer your question here. So in this traffic evaluation, which is kind of a planning level evaluation, it follows the guidelines of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. That's the 11th edition. And what this does is it initially you look at, well, I guess I'll answer your question. So yes, we do consider other traffic such as the employee traffic in and out of the facility, other services that may come in, whether it be services for the equipment itself to maintain those from an external service, deliveries of supplies, and then the trucks that would be coming in addition to any public that would be coming in to offload some materials.
Council Rubio, then Council Moreno.
Sorry. You mentioned 25 trucks per day. In the future, are you planning on increasing that amount?
It could increase.
Up to what? Is there a limit?
I would say so, because the site's only so big, so we can only hold so much material. So there would be a limit.
So you're saying it could go up to like 35 or more if the facility supports it?
Yeah, as we do grow the business, that truck traffic could increase.
Could increase.
Yes.
Thank you.
Don't go nowhere.
Hang on.
Council Moreno.
Council
Okay.
Moreno's next. Council Moreno.
Hi there. I just had one quick question. So on the handout, it tells us that the hours of operations are 7 to 5 o'clock. But on the actual application, it says 7 to 7. So just hoping if you could clarify that.
So just for clarity, the ordinance allows operation from 7 to 7. So we did ask for operation to those hours. The hours may adjust and be less than those day to day sometimes, but we wanted the ability to have it. That's why when we filed the application, but the realistic hours that it may operate may be 7 to 5. But like I said, the ordinance does not allow operation outside 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay.
President Mercer points out that 4 trucks equal a rail car. Can you tell me how long a rail car is going to sit on your property before it's moved out?
Probably no more than a couple days. I would say 2 days at the most.
And when it pulls out, will an empty one pull in? Is that the
Well, they
likely?
have a corridor there off of our site that they can store cars. So they store cars there all the time. When
Yeah, I
you drive
noticed
down
that.
95, you can see them all there.
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't be stored on our site as we need them. They would bring them in. So
Do they generally store? I mean, I know where they store them,
right.
but I'm wondering about in this particular instance.
We could take
it-
we could take cars in and take cars out. Yes.
Okay, and would they be stored north of the bridge that goes over the highway?
Yes.
Which is pretty much the
Yes.
city
So right,
line.
there's a gate there right at behind DHL. The gate would open and they would back the cars in right there.
Can we see that on one of the illustrations? Can you just
Yeah.
maybe point it out what page number and?
I do as well.
Maybe the before one on page 7 or so?
So on the first page, or excuse me, the subject property slide. Is there a
Whatever,
second
whatever you
slide?
think would best illustrate it, I'm just.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, subject property slide is probably the best one.
Right. So that long narrow piece that comes in behind DHL, that's where the cars would come in.
DHL is at the top of the image when you look
so-
at the page.
Gotcha. So are these the housed, not, oops,
May I
not
pro-
associated with, yes, they're not associated with your proposal, but these appear to be housed rail cars, would you, is that
I think the council president, just for everyone else and for the stenographer, is looking to the right
right? But
when you're facing the image.
I'm sorry,
The bottom right corner of the image, is that where you're looking, Mr. President?
I was looking, yeah, bottom right third, yes, here. So what you're saying is they would be filled and maybe not leaving the state yet, but they would be while they're waiting to leave in the state, they'd be further back. Here's what you're saying.
I think the corner is further north. I'm not sure what those, I don't know if that's Amtrak's.
I was gonna say, for clarity, this is,
All right, just to orient, this is north, yes? Okay.
and for clarity, the area we're talking about in the right bottom, that is not on the subject property, but it's in the area. So the blue line on the image is the property line. So where the cars are stored is off the subject site, just for the record.
Gotcha. Kind of approaching Lonsdale Avenue for the folks who know the city. Okay. Council Stacoviak.
I know you mentioned that the asphalt company is gonna allow your trucks to take that right turn, near the the new, laundromat. And Councilor Rougeau mentioned that does not take into account the normal customer that would come, because clearly they probably wouldn't be taking that route. But what measures are gonna be in place to ensure that the trucks are actually gonna follow those routes and actually avoid residential areas?
Yeah, so we're gonna have designated truck routes for all our drivers and any outside haulers that are coming in. Everybody's gonna have to come in from the highway and they're gonna have to exit to the highway. But we're gonna, I'm not saying that a truck wouldn't come through the city of Pawtucket if they were coming from a stop in Pawtucket, but 99% of the vehicles are gonna enter and exit from the highway. And we'll monitor that. We'll have printouts and make sure that all the drivers are aware which way to come in, but there would be no reason to go through the city anyways.
And what size trucks are we talking about? When you say a truck's coming to deliver, what size truck is that?
You could have some 6-wheelers, triaxles, some couple tractor trailers.
Have you guys checked to see if the trucks are designed to safely accommodate on those, the streets can safely accommodate that size truck? Even that overpass, we know how bridges are in Rhode Island currently.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of safeguards are you putting in to make sure the trucks can actually be accommodated on those streets?
Well, there's trucks going into the asphalt plant currently right now, and there's trucks going over to DHL. So our trucks aren't any bigger than their trucks.
But it would increase the amount of trucks coming versus what we're used to right now.
It would, but if you go backwards, when this property was being operated by a trash company, they were running 30 trucks a day out of there with dumpsters, and I don't know what kind of complaints you got on that, but we're not going to be even close to the truck traffic that was there prior to, to us trying to put this deal together with the property.
So your operating hours, when are you gonna, the proposed hours of operation that you have, including truck deliveries and loading activities, when do you think the majority of that work's gonna occur? Is it in the early morning? Is it midday? Like, when do you think that you're gonna see the most activity at that site?
I would say probably from 8 to 3. And our hours up in Walpole, we're open from 7 in the morning till 3:30 in the afternoon. We actually close our gates at 3:30, and we don't even allow any truck traffic in after 3:30. And we're probably going to do the same thing here, but we do keep employees there to clean up and get ready for the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the truck traffic will be off the road by 3:30. And we're not storing trucks there. We're not leaving trucks there. We have a depot where we leave all our equipment. So that's not going to be a yard where we're going to be lining up trucks, and we already have a facility where we leave our trucks.
Yeah. I know I explained to you the concerns in that particular triangle for traffic and congestion. And it's, one of the questions I wanted to ask was, when do you think the majority of operations will have? Because just this morning, I left my house to go to work, probably 8:30, and I'm backed up. I took a picture, all my colleagues, I'm backed up at 8:30 in that area. It's already kind of atrocious there for traffic. So that's just one of my concerns
Yeah.
that I have.
And I think Dan has a percentage of what the volume is gonna be for the increase in traffic.
Yeah, so if I could jump back to that last slide 22, please, just so I can finish describing that evaluation. So this initial traffic evaluation that's done under this, through this process of this trip generation manual from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, what we do is we looked at all 9 existing properties that are on the avenue now. And each one of those has a certain trucking load associated with them, depending on what that activity is. For example, DHL would have one, the asphalt plant would have another, depends on the specific type of industry that's there. So based on what's existing there now, including the existing parcel, we, through this calculation, is about 750 truck trips per day. When we add in the parameters based on the previous slide of the 25 trucks per day, plus the 7 employees, plus the services, deliveries, and the other items that I described, the proposed daily peak trips is 775 truck trips per day. So it is an increase. It's a 3% increase based on that analysis. And so generally anything less than 5% increase through this analysis is not considered significant. So we're not anticipating, based on this initial evaluation, that you would have significant increased traffic issues there based on the 3% calculation.
And that's trucks only?
That's trucks only, right?
So where is the numbers for the increase, what the expectation would be for the public that wants to bring recycling to the facility so they can recycle the metal that they have, or, maybe a contractors, et cetera. Because we do have a number of, I think we got one across the highway, and then we got one on the Providence line, and we also got one behind Tolman. So a lot of people in the public will be utilizing your facility, I would assume, as well. So do we have some kind of quantified number for that, for what the increase you think you'll get in that type of business?
From cart,
cars?
like
Yeah, from
resident
well,
cart.
trucks. We only like pickup trucks and, general contractors that are doing rehabs and, they want to cash in their metal.
Yeah, this analysis just primarily looks at truck trips. It doesn't necessarily, and it also accounts for employees and deliveries with other vehicles that are not trucks. So it's looking at for different types of recycling facilities, how much traffic is generally in and out of those. And generally the majority is trucks, other than those ancillary pieces that I described. So this particular analysis in the Institute of Transportation Engineers just looks at the equivalent, I'd say, of truck traffic.
You sure? It might be a question I have anyway, so.
It's about traffic congestion.
Okay, go ahead.
I guess my other question to your traffic evaluation is, has there been any evaluation about the congestion of traffic in that area? Because even when I look at the map and you're taking that right, and there's traffic, there's about 2 lanes of traffic on each side,
So you have a lane coming from Power.
Yep.
You got a lane coming from Smithfield. They're gonna merge, right?
Correct.
And so then you have people that might take a left to Dunk or keep
Okay.
going straight, and then it spreads out again.
I guess I'm just a little concerned about that intersection, whether it's not just trucks. I'm talking about residential, just regular people.
Just all traffic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just all traffic. Is there any traffic studies that specify that overload, whether it's trucks, regular traffic, all of it?
Sure. So at this level of planning, this is just the analysis that we've done based on this guidance. There are subsequent levels of analysis, traffic analyses that you do, including like counting cars, and then going through that evaluation of looking at the intersection, looking at those different roads to see exactly what you're talking about there. So that would almost be like a subsequent step of when you get into design and planning of the facility and how the traffic is going to move, that you would, or that an engineer would then go into that process, but it wasn't done as part of this.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that that is not part of that 775. If this is
Right,
just
right.
specific to trucks.
Yeah, and
in
that's
that
just
area.
looking, sorry to interrupt, that's just looking at the industrial corridor from the asphalt facility north. So
it.
what would be coming out to that point?
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome.
I think I can just. Okay, I'll just go. Can you just explain for those that might not know, are doing ferrous and non-ferrous, correct?
Yeah.
So can you just explain for the residents that are here, for my colleagues, when you say ferrous, what does that mean? When you say non-ferrous, what does that mean? And what materials are those usually?
So non-ferrous is basically copper, aluminum, brass, stainless steel. Could be brought in from a plumbing contractor, an electrician. And ferrous is anything that could be like steel beams, steel pipe. That material, we call those cut grades, so we would have to process that stuff to 2 foot by 5 foot, and that would go on the rail cars. So that's basically what we'd be taking in, and mixed light iron.
So is it fair to say that from ferrous material, ferrous scrap for sure, there's oil and fluids with it?
No, we don't, we're taking in all clean material. we're not handling cars here. We're not handling equipment. We're not handling trucks. Everything is all clean industrial scrap.
What about rust runoff?
Well, that's where Dan comes in. That's all part of the stormwater plan. In housekeeping, street sweeping, we'd have a water truck on site.
Is the entire scrap storage going to be paved and connected to the stormwater, or are there going to be areas that material is going to be exposed to soil?
Most of the area is paved already. But that's stuff that we would be designing and engineering. That would be a question more for Dan.
Sure. Yeah, I can speak to that.
I interrupt just very quickly.
Yes.
Ferrous, not ferrous, they derive from iron ore. More likely to
Yes.
produce rust, not
Yes.
ferrous, not as likely. Yeah. Is that right?
Well, non-ferrous is like brass, so I would assume that runoff is also just as toxic, and lead, right?
All that material is going to be stored indoors. That's what the building is for.
From a runoff perspective, having the non-ferrous operations indoors is ideal from a stormwater perspective. A lot of facilities don't have that. This facility will, and that's a key element of part of the stormwater management plan. The ferrous stockpiles, which would be offsite, may have rust. Typically on these types of facilities, under that multi-sector general permit, any stockpile area that you have, if it's exposed to precipitation or snow melt, you need to manage that stormwater runoff and treat that runoff, and to the point where you have the numeric effluent limits that are sampled, including metals. And so there are actual concentrations of those metals in stormwater runoff that you have to treat to. And that's a laboratory analysis that you're conducting quarterly during rain events. So as part of the stormwater management, where you have runoff from these exposed stockpile areas, that runoff has to be managed. It has to be treated to meet those the state RIDEM guidelines for the stormwater effluent.
What about dust, particle pollution, airborne type of pollution and materials?
Yep. So that's also covered under the multi-sector general permit, in that some of the non-stormwater controls include dust management, and And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question? You had said dust and
Dust, airborne debris, you know,
airborne. Yeah.
with, you know, anything that's sort of coming off of the smaller scrap, anything that can be blown up in the air.
Yeah, and part of that, and maybe Eddie, you can speak from this from operations. So part of that in the general permit is controlling dust emissions that can then get commingled with stormwater. So there, under that multi-sector general permit, there are certain dust control provisions that the operator would build into their plan and have to comply to in accordance with that permit.
And what would that look like typically? What is a dust mitigation look like?
It would be water trucks. We would have misters that we would set up on towers, so it would spray water mist to keep the dust down. We have them in our yard now, and they work great. We have a water truck that we run around daily. So, and then you saw the stormwater that we had. So that stormwater, actually, there's catch basins that collect suspended solids, and it goes into a ramp that collects all the suspended solids, and it goes into a retention pond. So that's, you saw the retention ponds we had, and then it goes up through a filtration system, goes through settling tanks, and that's where we do our quarterly testing from. We have an outfall where we do our quarterly testing.
And all that, the new technology of the stormwater, which it is a very modern and impressive, that all was installed very recently due to like the prior violations that were talked about.
Yes, we installed that. That's been in for 2 years now.
I know this industry is, I mean, here in Rhode Island, we've known about the fires happening at scrap yards and different materials. What kind of mitigation or plans are there to make sure that there's no fires at this location?
Well, the first thing is we would sit down with fire prevention and have a conversation with them to see what they would like us to do. Second of all, we have an inspector. Every load that comes in, everything would be inspected. We would have the water truck also acts as a fire truck, but we would have fire extinguishers. We would have a foam fire suppression system that would be on site. And also, after hours, which we have at our facility, we have thermal cameras, and they basically pick up heat, and they go direct to the fire department and direct to our phone. So if something happened after hours, these thermal cameras pick up the heat, and it would send an alert to the fire department and to our phone, so we would know if there was a problem. But we've been operating down there. You can check the fire logs. We have been flawless with fires on our facility, but it's all about controlling the inventory and checking your inventory. The problem with a lot of these scrap yards, they don't have inspectors on the ground. We have inspectors. Every load has to get signed off on. They go up to the office. They have to turn in their signed-in slips, and everything's inspected.
Counselor, can I just?
Yes.
On that same topic. I know from me, maybe nobody else, but I always thought that metal didn't burn, right? And it's kind of incongruous to think that a pile of metal can catch on fire. Can you explain? Is it dust that happens? Or what is it that would make a bunch of iron spontaneously bust?
An appliance could have some plastic on it, right? The biggest problem that all these facilities are facing right now, and it's transfer stations, it is scrap yards, is the lithium ion batteries. Everything's got a battery in it today. So that's why it's very important to have inspectors on the ground, and it's very important to keep your inventory managed. You let your inventory get out of control, you're gonna have a problem. And we have been really good, and we have safety meetings every Thursday morning. Every other week is fire that we talk about. So our guys are trained. We actually have an on-site firefighter that works for us, and he trains all the guys to use the phone systems. We make sure we're doing our inspections with fire extinguishers. Everything's charged, everything's current. We do a really good job with it. We got a close relationship with the fire chief and fire prevention in Walpole. They're down at our site a lot of times. We actually let them use our facility to do some training and stuff. So we got a good relationship with them, and, just have an open dialogue. And we have gone down and talked to them about the lithium ion batteries, because everybody's got problems with them. There's houses catching fire, there's cars catching fire. But it's about managing and maintaining and just inspecting. and training.
What about safety and security measures that are going to be placed after hours?
So we're definitely gonna have secured gates. We'll have cameras and there could be on-site security. We have material that's got a lot of value to it. The last thing we want is someone breaking in there and stealing it. So we're gonna put all, safeguards in there to make sure that nobody's getting in, nobody's breaking in. There will be motion detectors, like I said, cameras. We could contract with a security company.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it looks like with the renderings, you're gonna have, I guess, storage areas similar to what you see with mulch and stone type, right? Because it looks like,
Yes.
yeah, right? Okay. So what's the plan for rodent control? Because any time you have any pile of, anything, they try to find safe harborage there. So do you have a plan currently in Walpole, and is that something you plan on doing on this site?
We do have a plan and we have somebody come in on a monthly basis to take care of rodent control at our yard right now.
It's a big concern because anytime you got a pile of any type of debris, it's a hiding spot for them. And I know you're probably aware of that.
Right.
But we had some problems before in that area with our old transfer station. And, that was a big fear 6 years ago, 8 years ago when we were talking about Concord Street before.
Yeah.
And the difference is it's not trash, but there's still areas where rodents would hide and
Right.
take shelter, if I dare say.
And we do have a contract with somebody that comes in once a month in our facility now. But the big problem you had down there with rodent control before was they were dropping trash dumpsters loaded on that site and they were probably bringing the rodents in.
Maybe yeah, that's definitely a
Right, that's
possibility.
Because I remember driving by that site and there was all kinds of loaded trash dumpsters. We're not gonna leave, there's no trash on our facility. As you said, though, a rodent can hide under something.
If
but
you
we-
leave it in one of those storage areas for a time, they're gonna, it's gonna be safe harbor for them, because
Yeah.
just like wood, if you store wood,
I
same
can,
thing.
I can assure you that our piles are gonna move daily. Those piles will move.
Uh, so how far is your Walpole facility from any residential areas?
I would say,
Residential area,
I would probably say 3,000 feet.
3,000. Has there been any issues that you've known of?
We haven't had any problems.
No problem.
No,
No rodent issues
no,
of any sort?
none. We
No
have not had one
complaints?
complaint. We have not had one problem with Board of Health, nothing.
And can I just add one thing? For this proposed facility, the closest residential home will be 578 feet away. The school is less than a mile away. The park is less than a mile away, clearly, because they're connected. And the river is right there as well. So I just want to give you guys a little, yeah.
I'd just reiterate that, per the ordinance, you have regulations for junkyards, automobile junkyards being a certain distance from those type of things, but there is no regulation related to that for wholesale junk, just for the record. I understand the point you're making.
Yep.
Did you want us to, we do have a little more presentation. Do you want to continue with questions? Should we finish and then you'll go for questions?
I was just gonna say something, but
Yeah.
let me go to Councilor Gregor
Okay.
first and then.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. I appreciate, all of you coming down here and taking the time to put together the information. It's great. It's more than we have received in other instances. So I just have a question. I don't know if you were informed, however, we do have a letter from the Providence City Council, which borders the area here, and it's signed by all, I think it's 15. All 15 council members, including the president, all opposing your recycling site. However, so I wanted to ask, just in case, because they point out to several cases of fines that have been levied against your company. So one here is 2024 Clean Water Act settlement, Massachusetts Attorney General's office. Yep.
The steno can't keep up with.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, yep, so I'll just read. So there's a, they cite a case here, so, documented regulatory enforcement history associated with Allied Recycling Center, Inc. So this is according to the enforcement actions in Massachusetts. The company has faced multiple citations and settlement for environment operational violations. So I'm just gonna, there's only a few here. I'm just gonna read them real quick. 2024 Clean Water Act settlement, the Massachusetts Attorney General's office. Clean Water Act settlement. The Massachusetts Attorney General's office reached a $117,500 settlement with the company for illegal industrial stormwater discharges containing elevated levels of lead, zinc, aluminum, and copper. 2014 hazardous waste settlement. The company entered into a $125,000 settlement with Mass DEP for violations including unlawful filling of wetlands, improper handling of asbestos containing material, and failure to notify officials of oil and gasoline releases. Do you want me to say that again?
No, she'll get it from the record.
All right, so, and then there's a 2003 cease and desist. The city of Walpole issued a formal order against the company for illegal dumping at its scrap yard. And then one other thing here that's pointed out. The safety and traffic concerns. As of March 2026, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration lists as Allied Recycling Center, US DOT number 1608448 with a conditional safety rating. Most troubling is, I guess it's a 5. Most troubling is the reported 75% vehicle out of service rate, meaning 3 out of every 4 trucks inspected were removed from service for safety violations. This rate is more than 3 times the national average. So, so you can imagine, so these are concerning to me because unfortunately the Rhode Island Supreme Court puts very little weight on whether or not traffic hazards, depreciations of property, people's concerns would be grounds for denial. So I'm just, and thank you for putting this out here. I'm not familiar with the case, but that's what it says here.
So yeah, we can,
Just, Counselor, do you have a specific question? Because if not, I'm gonna try to move things along just.
Well, I do. I would like to get some responses regarding those various violations with the stormwater and so forth.
So some of this is what Ed started the presentation with about the history in Walpole. We also have Conoco here who handles some of those. Do you want to give a little bit of a history? I don't know if Ryan wants to jump in on these.
Brian Klingler, Klingler. And I'm with Conoco. Klingler? Klingler, Klingler. And I'm with Conoco, Coneco, engineers and scientists. And, I'm sorry?
One more time.
Conoco, Coneco, engineers and scientists.
Brian Klinger?
Klingler, yeah.
Yeah, Klingler?
Mr.
for
Klingler.
Engineering and Science.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Just to address that, and I know that Jameis had mentioned earlier, when they purchased the property, there were pre-existing conditions that occurred out there that weren't in compliance with the environmental regulations. You referenced 2 administrative consent orders. Administrative consent orders sound like nasty business, but oftentimes you join, and I do it as a licensed site professional, DEP, to get on a sort of expedite process in terms of coming to mutual agreements of what fines or remedies should be done for certain regulatory incidents. In this case, prior to them owning the property, significant perimeter of their western property is infilled with wetlands with soil by a previous owner. So when Allied took it over, that was a pre-existing condition. There was a significant stockpile of material that was on the property that the air group of DEP went and found a single piece of rubber with asbestos in it. They've then sort of contended that that stockpile was an asbestos stockpile. I disagree with that. A single piece of rubber found next to a stockpile does not make it asbestos waste. DEP does consider that to be true. I don't. So a third issue was stormwater. Those were the three primary issues. So an administrative consent order in 2012 I was part of, we tried to remedy some of those issues. Between two lawyers acting, for some reason DEP stopped communicating with Allied, and we were given advice by counsel not to poke the bear and just wait till they responded. They never did until 2022, when they took the second part of that administrative consent order, which is related to the first. So at that point, the stormwater system was put in place, and DEP in this point has a full agreement, and we're working through the process of wetland restoration, and they've agreed that the stockpile, at least in its context, does not contain asbestos as it stands. So they are in regulatory compliance. I've done a full study on that property as well. You know, when a property, and I work for numerous properties in Massachusetts, I know when there's a polluter. I've done studies on that property in 2014 and 2022. It's a GW1 standard. You have to be able to drink that water, and they don't exceed standards with the exception of a western perimeter where it was dumped in with 2 compounds, isolated compounds on the part per trillion level. You can drink the water in that facility. So while something sounds very nasty, oftentimes that's not the case.
Yeah, so the most recent is the 2024 Clean Water Act settlement. That's correct.
Sure.
So as Ed had pointed out, the site is a former landfill, and the landfill was not officially capped. Meaning, so if you go to the site and you dug through the soil, you would hit old waste. And so one of the challenges from a stormwater perspective on the site is that you have the industrial operations that are being managed under that multi-sector general permit. But then you have 12 or 13 acres of this site that is not capped, and you have the runoff that's commingled from the landfill with the runoff from the site. And so the way that the permit is set up is that, so you do the monitoring as I indicated. And so if the monitoring is above the thresholds, which it can be, that's part of the permit process, then you implement additional stormwater best management practices. Allied went through that process, adding additional BMPs, as they're referred to, and was still having the challenge because of that commingled runoff with the runoff from the unclosed landfill. And so we got to a point, as maybe a few of your council members saw, that we had to move to an advanced treatment, an active treatment of stormwater, so that we could manage that runoff that was commingled from the source of the landfill and the runoff from the site itself. So it's an iterative process. And again, as Brian pointed out, we joined with DEP to come up with a pathway to mitigate this stormwater. And Allied implemented this really state-of-the-art technology that's active treatment that basically puts out drinking water quality stormwater runoff. So, thank you.
Okay, attorneys,
And I'll just add, as to the trucks, we're not sure about that because we just got that letter today. So we're not sure what that refers to. We'll look into that issue that they brought to our attention. But like, if you notice, it was dated today for that letter. So we did unfortunately not have time to respond to that.
okay,
It's not aware of the letter.
Yes, we received it
Yeah,
right before the meeting.
and that was part of the packet that I introduced earlier. That
Yep.
was one of the
So
49
yep,
that we
understood.
introduced earlier. I've been you have another question?
Or not.
On the truck rating. I did not get a copy of that, but I would like to look into that because all our equipment is almost like brand new. And I don't really know of anything. I've never been served anything as far as even knowing about the national safety rating, that we have a bad rating on that. But I am going to look into that, and I am going to find out about that because we don't have a lot of violations. So I'm going to have to dig into that a little deeper because I don't know if that information is accurate. I think it's inaccurate.
So I know a little bit about motor carrier regulation, and with USDOT numbers, there's a site, it's operated by the USDOT. It's called safer.gov.
Yeah.
I believe. And what they're talking about relative to out of service is roadside inspections by the state, generally speaking, the state police's commercial enforcement unit. They call it a little bit differing things in different states, but around it's called the truck
And I'm
squad.
very familiar with
Yeah.
that, but I can't even think of an instance where we had a truck total put out of service.
So, and again,
Yeah,
it-
so I
that is
gotta
the
dig into that
terminology,
because
you know,
I
it's
just,
service, so
we really do pride ourselves on like, our equipment looks great, it runs great, it's all brand new. I'm gonna have to dig into that.
yep, and we get that you just got it today. It's something that did come in, and it struck me as well. But I've looked ahead at the last 6 or 7 slides.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if this might not be the last 6 or 7 have to do with why we should approve it, not so much the operation itself.
Mhm.
So this might be a good time for us to move to public comment.
I'd
And
prefer just to finish our presentation if that'd be okay with you, but yeah.
excuse me, ma'am.
Mr. President, if I may, Tim Eskey, Eskey, Moses Ryan. We have no problem with that to the extent we're able, after public comment.
Yes,
to
I
come
didn't
back.
mean to
Okay, that's
bypass,
great.
it just, this might be a natural segue.
Understood, as
is
long as
what
we
I'm
have
suggesting.
the opportunity to present it.
Right, because the legal arguments you're going to make are to us, not necessarily everybody else who has been sitting through the remainder of this. I think that's a little bit better
Understood.
way. So, for everyone here who's signed up, I appreciate your time, and your patience. Just to make things easier, I'm gonna start with Representative Cruz if she's still online.
Yes.
And I will ask Representative if you could please keep it as brief as possible so we can hear from the other number of folks signed up.
Great. And thank you again, President Mercer and the distinguished council. I would be there in person, but I had a prior family engagement. But I strongly urge denial of this license. I mean, regardless of the zoning, when are we going to start moving, forward and away from these environmental nightmares and start putting Pawtucket residents first? And we start building on our communities. It is filled with neighborhoods and communities. There's a child care center at 301 Concord Street, just down the block. We're trying to move forward and get away from these environmental nightmares. So again, I won't go any further because I know people are waiting, but I strongly urge denial of this license for Allied Recycling.
Thank you, Rep. We appreciate your patience and your advocacy. Okay, again, thank you for your patience. I have 2 individuals from the same address signed up, appears to be family members, Carol and Janet Coretti. Do both of you want to come up? Just one? Do you want to come up together? And you are Carol or Janet? Okay, so Carol from Deepanita Street?
Yes.
Deepanita Street in Providence. You might want to bring that down and just make sure it's the green light is
Sure.
still on.
Can you hear me?
Is the green light still on? I can hear you.
Green
I'm
light?
just making sure
Okay.
everybody else can.
I am a resident on the border of Pawtucket and Providence, and here we are again. Round 2 of the transfer station, now called Allied Recycling Center. Again, they are trying to sneak this facility in after 8 years, after we fought the first one. This is unbelievable. How can Pawtucket think this is good for our neighborhood? And when will it stop? Look at all the people here from Providence, Pawtucket. We and more will be here every meeting opposing it and picketing if need be. There will be air pollution, traffic issues, trains bringing more of the stuff into our neighborhood, rodents, illegal dumping of trash, furniture, and mattresses, and who knows what else. This is not okay with residents, but businesses. Is money what means more important than residences? From Nathaniel Green Elementary School, a daycare center, restaurants, and most importantly, destroying my property values. Why is this location again considered after we stopped it 8 years ago? I smell a rat already. There are too many red flags and unanswered questions to approve this proposal. Both Providence and Pawtucket oppose this, and I am sure other cities, representatives, and senators will disapprove of this when they are informed. Please stop this. Enough is enough. The vote should be an unanimous no. This company has been cited for multiple illegal hazardous waste dumpings and other violations. Think about the long-term effects on us, on the children. Especially, this would be even, should not even be considered. So please, especially so close to an elementary school. This company does not care about the businesses, residents, and most importantly, the children, and all they care about is profit. Profit. Don't approve this proposal and send them back to Walpole. We don't want you. Don't take away my property values, my retirement, my quality of life. I hope you guys care about us because they don't. And who's to say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, all this stuff they're going to say, oh, I won't do this, I won't do that. It could change. Anything could change. Who's to say if they decide to sell to another a company that will be even worse than they possibly might be? Please don't do this. Give us our neighborhoods back. Think about the neighborhoods, not about money and profit. Profit. I'm nervous sometimes. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Coretti.
Thank you.
Miss,
So I do just want to reiterate one thing. This is not the city pursuing this. This is not a city initiative. This is a private company that has possession of a lot and is applying through the licensing process. So this is not a city initiative. It's not about revenue to the city. Ms. Coretti, I assume your sister is not going to speak? Or
yeah, I just want to know if you wanted to leave that.
sister-in-law?
Yes.
So
Okay.
What's your name, please?
Janet Caretti, Caretti. So we're here again in Pawtucket, but instead of coming to Pawtucket for the theater or the food or the art or the music, we are here to ask you to please think of people over profit. We all know Pawtucket needs money. And Providence does too, but this is going to impact everybody's life. The noise is probably qualifies for an industrial zone, but we have homes and we have yards and we have children that like to play in the yards. And it's just going to ruin, sounds like they try to mitigate, but they can't, because it's industrial. It's an industrial thing and it's going to go into the neighborhoods. And the congestion, as you all know, on Smithfield Avenue is horrendous. There's all kinds of accidents. And this is going to just increase it just tremendously. So, and I'm afraid of the bridge too, because the bridge is going to have more trucks coming. And I think that's not good for the possibility of is going to be dangerous. So please consider the people over the profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Lori Martin from Piave Street. Is it Martin? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Laurie Martin, LaurieMartin. I live in Fairlawn and both of Janet and Carol have said exactly what I'm going to say. We really don't want this license given. First of all, if you just start down at the bridge, we're all worried about the traffic and the trucks going over the bridge. Has it been inspected for this? We don't know. The amount of accidents every week, there seems to be something, and maybe that's anecdotal. I don't have any records on that. Hopefully we would get that. We don't need any more accidents. There's only one access that I know of, and that's Colfax Street, in and out. There's going to be, how many trucks they say? 25 trucks, up to 35 trucks, constantly going in and out. To me, that's just the pollution there is bad enough. Never mind for this facility. I could go on and say exactly what she said. Poor air quality, the noise is horrendous as it is from the asphalt company, from all the traffic from the highway. But, the math ain't math in here to me. When they say they've been in business for 23 years, in 2010, 2014, up to 22, that they're having violations, how is that another company? I'm just confused about that. So maybe that question can be answered. It's just not a company we want in Pawtucket. I ask you to vote against them, please.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Martin.
Lori.
Thank you.
Next person has the same penmanship problem I do. Brandon Chag, 505 Silver Spring Street.
President, that's my client, and I have a long objection, so might be best for us to wait till the end.
Okay. Okay, that leaves us with Tony Aiken from 86 Metcalf Street. Is that in Providence, North Providence, Pawtucket? Metcalf Street.
Good evening. Yes, Tony Aiken, 86 Metcalf Street, Providence, Rhode Island.
Providence, okay.
Good evening, counselors. I'm a longtime resident of the north end of Providence, and I'm also here to strongly oppose the installation of a metal recycling facility in this proposed area. I am truly worried about this developer. I'm also a bit, a bit insulted about calling my neighborhood an eyesore. It's a beautiful area with the city skylines. This facility would negatively impact our neighborhood. And, it's right across from Cello's. It's the only full service, family oriented restaurant in our neighborhood. And it's also, there's 3 daycare facilities nearby. There's a new facility opening right across the street from Cello's. It's a daycare center. We must prioritize the health and welfare of our children. This region is already very heavily industrialized and over congested, in my opinion, counselors. I urge you to continue to be a good neighbor to us here on the north end of Providence and oppose this facility's installation. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like Ray Steinberg from 25 Windmill Street. Is it indeed Ray? Oh, Stenberg, I'm sorry. And Windmill Street is in Providence?
Windmill Street is located, I'm on 2 town lines. I am in North Providence, so I pay 2 town taxes and Pawtucket. So.
It does. That
yeah.
happens a lot on Dora.
Oh, we thank you.
No problem. I'm sure the town thanks me. So I can stand up here and say the same exact thing, and I'm gonna rotate. This affects everyone. You guys are sitting here, you have this company that just comes into a town or city and says, hey, big corporation, and we want to come and do this in your town. We haven't spent a day in your town. We haven't lived in your town. We don't know what life is like commuting back and forth in your town, but we just want to come and.
Ms. Stenberg, can I just get you to this is streaming. So if you're not near the microphone, nobody else will hear you. So.
They just want to come and get established in any neighborhoods. You guys are sitting here on the board. We're here pleading our case. But what is important are we're all taxpayers here. Each and every one of you. There is a purpose. There's a reason why you're sitting at that table. And let's make sure those reasons count. So I'm just going to read what I wrote. Pawtucket, I've been in Pawtucket. We bought our home in 2005. We live downtown Providence. My husband, one of the owners of Hammond Real Estate in Boston. So we moved to Pawtucket of all places, and we heard stories, Pawtucket the bucket. So this is a fine example why a big corporation would want to come. Because when you have pride in your city, when you have pride in leadership, these people like that do not come and want to plant seeds down into an area. They know that, hey, Pawtucket's not doing anything. The leadership, I'm sorry, there's a lack of leadership, there's lack of pride, and this is what you get, the end results. This is a public forum. It is procedural, allowing residents of Pawtucket, taxpayers, to voice their concern on pressing matters. But this matter today is beyond pressing. It's diabolical. And I know you mentioned, Mr. President, that, it's not the town, it's not the town. But yet it does. The buck starts with the town. It starts with zoning. It starts with everybody that starts saying, okay, let's go and inspect the land. Let's go and do this. Everyone is liable. I don't want to hear state elected officials, leaders passing the buck. This doesn't happen in every town. Providence shut it down. Pawtucket should have shut it down from the very get-go. But instead, we approve zoning. So let's hold accountable and be responsible for where it starts. So Mr. Johnson, at zoning, it starts with him. He should have been non-biased. Looking into this, Mr. Johnson changed the zoning code, but that's a whole different story. And I don't care what the city says, it happened. We know the land there. We have done our research. So he changed the zoning code. He was supposed to be non-biased, neutral, and follow procedures, but yet we have someone in the city department bending the rules and putting thousands of Pawtucket residents and children's lives at risk. We have to seriously begin questioning the incompetency and negligence of Pawtucket City Hall and its elected officials. Incorporating a metal recycle plant next to an asphalt plant that already exists is not only absurd, but is also reckless. I have been residing in Pawtucket, again, for 15 years, just about 5 blocks from where this metal recycling plant is going to go. Just 3 minutes in driving distance is Nathaniel Green Elementary School, where my adoptive son attends. Not including local businesses, restaurants, and during the summer months, the smell of toxic gas fills the air, suffocating everything it touches. The smell, and not only the smell, but the sight of black smoke fills the air as children play outside currently without this company even getting involved. People walking their dogs, grilling outside is assuming all those smoke that's in the air. We're breathing it in. So imagine what the air quality is going to be like when you add 20 to 50 different toxic gases. I mean, we really have to study what radiation is about. I think it's easy for them to present something on a slide and say, and talk big terminology, because majority of you guys are not engineer, so you will not know what they're talking about. But if you study the weather, if you study radiation and how it travels, you will understand that everything that is on that slide is a whole bunch of hogwash, because it does not happen that way. So the effects of all these toxic gases, including asbestos, which we left out because it will be attached to metal. The noticeable impact is not immediate, but over the course of 5 to 10 years, you can expect COPD to increase, cancer, respiratory issues, and many illnesses to arise. The taxpayers of Pawtucket and the children deserve better. They said they inherited a toxic wetland, but you have to ask, how can a company inherit a toxic wetland and yet year after year after year, Whirlpool goes after you year after year for asbestos, for violating different, you violated about 7 different acts. So how did you go into that knowing you inherited a toxic environment, but yet you still proceeded to go forward with it, to go forward with the purchase. It speaks volumes about what you will do in Pawtucket to cover your behind. So before I end, the next thing that really bothers me is traffic. You did your little, it's amazing how people can get on computer, AI, and type in what statistic is going to be based on what. What was your survey based on? Was it based on a Monday? Was it based on Monday through Friday? So people who don't study statistics and surveys will not know what you're talking about. So they're listening to you talk and they probably think you know what you're saying. Well, what is it based on? Is it a blind statistic? Is it a survey? How was the survey done? Traffic is horrendous over there. We have that bridge. Do you know in your survey how many times people have tried to commit suicide on that bridge, on that overpass? Many times, many times. One time I had to leave my car and drive and jump across the street and put the girl in the rack. She had one leg over, about to fall where your company's going to be. So safety is an issue. School buses, that is a hazard. School buses going, Power Road's here, there's a yield, there's Smithfield Ave, and then Smithfield Ave coming to, I don't know how it's going to work. There's so much congestion now. How is that going to work? You guys need to take into consideration safety, ambulance drivers, fire trucks coming through. There is no way it's going to work with 50 trucks going through. EMTs have to get by. Police have to get by. We got to wake up. It's not about money, like everybody said. It's about safety. It's about residents paying taxpayer money, and they deserve to have a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Miss Lane. You want to read that? Okay.
Mr. Adam Greenman from Vine Street.
All right. Good evening, counselors. It's good to see you all, and thank you for the work you're doing. It's a late night, and I'm going to try to keep it brief. I promise you that one of these days I will come here in support of a project, but unfortunately tonight is not that night. And you've heard from the residents who have really focused on the immediate impacts that you're going to feel if this license is granted. I'd rather focus on the future impacts and specifically the impacts to this city. You know, I think this project again represents a lack of vision that this administration has for the Fair Lawn neighborhood and for Pawtucket as a whole. I have real concerns about the community engagement part of this process, real concerns that this has not had that the folks behind us are just now getting the first opportunity to have their voices heard. And that's not a fault of the council. I think that's a fault of the folks who want to build this. I think that's a fault of the administration, where they should be having conversations in this community. They should be having opportunities to let people weigh in, to hear community concerns so they can incorporate that before they come to you, like so many of the other businesses that came before you this evening. So the other thing that I really want to focus on is the long-term economic development implications of what I see as pay to play. If you look at the political donations recently made by Allied and by their law firm, it creates the perception that this city is a pay-to-play city. It shuts down economic development from people who may want to come here, but don't want to play that game. And so I think that's something that we need to also take really seriously. So for all of these reasons, for all the reasons you've heard from the folks behind us, I urge you to deny this license. We must, as a city, be pro-business, but we also must be pro-common sense. And in this case, we need to be pro-common sense. So thank you all for the work that you do. Thank you for listening to all of us this evening, and thank you for your upcoming vote.
Thank you.
Okay, the next individual looks like Joanne Rongo from Gillen Street. Ms. Rongo, how are you?
I'm Joanne Rongo from Volunteer Services for Animals, a statewide humane and conservationist organization. And I'm here tonight because we have offices in the north end of Providence, not too far from where we are tonight. How can this not be an environmental issue? The information that you were given, one item struck me. That is the traveling of 25 to 75, up to 75 trucks a day in a neighborhood setting where people are living in Fairlawn, Pawtucket, and in the north end of Providence, Rhode Island. I think it's a bad fit. And I think that promises made are not always promises kept. I think we're seeing that today in real time. So I'm asking the city council to really deliberate and think about the people that are going to be impacted by this, by your decision. So I hope that you, and most of all, I hope that you'll remember the environment and the people who have to breathe the air. And when there's a low cloud cover and there's vehicles, big trucks, traveling the same stretch of road daily, 5 days a week, all day long, 7 to 7 possibly. Think of the quality of air that those emissions are going to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin Venturini from Frank Street. Mr. Venturini?
19 Frank Street, District 6. Dear members of the council, again, I come to say most of what my fellow neighbors are saying, but tonight, your vote is a transformative vote for our community, for the city of Pawtucket, for all the cities in the surrounding area, and the state of Rhode Island. In my humble opinion, your decision tonight, I'm nervous, I'm not a public speaker. Your decision will impact the men, women, and children and of the residents of Pawtucket for many years to come. Okay? Where are the studies on the traffic? Where are the studies on the infrastructure? Where are the studies? The city does not have the funds to fight or to do the proper due diligence. It hasn't been done. It wasn't done by the zoning board. In our public input, this is 1 month. We've had a storm. We have a lot of people here that are concerned about this. And I, for one, in my opinion, I think this should be denied. I have more to say, but.
Oh, okay. Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good news, we're on to page 2. Lorraine Savard from Emmett Street. Lorraine, is that Emmett Street in Pawtucket, Providence?
Nope, Central Falls.
Central Falls.
Good evening. City Council Pawtucket. I've spoken to you before, almost 10 years ago. I don't recognize anybody.
Really?
Really?
I look a lot older, that day.
Well, it was dark in the room, if I recall.
Best room for you.
Oh, you were napping. I'm here to defend and try to preserve the right to a peaceful and healthy environment. Not only will this atrocity affect those who live close to Concord Street, but trucks coming from the company says they're only going to be allowed on the highway when the governor puts in those whatever to tax the trucks. Don't you think they're gonna try to get off the friggin' highway and onto our back streets? Trucks coming, I predict like from Cumberland, North Providence, Lincoln, and Johnston, driving through our streets. This will not be any fun at all. Question, is this a regional dump? Regional, like Massachusetts people are coming in, Connecticut people are going to be coming in to this, whatever is called a dump. Is that what somebody said? You're here to talk about the dump. They did say, my question was, what are the anticipated truck routes hauling this garbage? Polluting diesel trucks, idling and spewing toxins. I live in Central Falls, where the prevailing winds where I live blows mostly from the south. So I am maybe the pollution will be a little bit dissipated, but it's still going to be there. All right, this project is not good for the region. Please reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine. Justin Royce. Mr. Royce, 35 Smart Street, Providence, yes?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Pawtucket City Council and members of the public behind me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Justin Royce, and I serve as a Providence City Councilor representing the North End, including the Charles and Wanskuck neighborhoods. I'm here because the decision you make tonight regarding the proposed wholesale junk license for Allied Recycling at 55 Concord Street will not stop at the Pawtucket City line. I also want to share that the Providence City Council, as mentioned earlier, recently sent a letter to this body unanimously opposing the proposed scrapyard. I also want to recognize that Representative Dee Simone and Rhode Island Senator Jake Basilian, I believe, also sent letters in opposition. My colleagues understand that this issue directly affects the residents of the North End and the broader Providence community. Pollution does not recognize municipal borders. Truck traffic does not recognize municipal borders. And on the notion of truck traffic, the city of Providence, at the intersection of Nellie Street and Smithfield Ave, which is essentially across from the Pawtucket asphalt plant, recorded between 2007 and 2025, 457 crashes. And so this would absolutely complicate that. Noise, runoff, and dust certainly do not recognize municipal borders. The people who will feel the impacts of this decision include the residents I represent in Providence who live just steps away from this site. As one city councilor speaking to another body of councilors here, I just want to say I respect the role you hold in government. I know the responsibility that comes with sitting in those chairs. And I know that many of the decisions you make are not easy ones. But sometimes the right question is simple. Who is being asked to carry the burden? The North End neighborhoods of Charles and Wanskuck already live with more than their share. We sit alongside Route 146 and major traffic corridors that bring constant truck traffic and emissions into our neighborhoods. Just across the line from many of our homes sits the Pawtucket asphalt plant on Concord Street, which already brings noise emissions and heavy industrial activity next to residential blocks. So when another industrial operation is proposed at 55 Concord Street, right on the Pawtucket-Providence border, it does not arrive in a vacuum. It arrives in a place that already is carrying a heavy environmental load. And I understand the zoning reality. The use may be permitted in this industrial zone. And I recognize that zoning limits what cities can do, but tonight you're not deciding zoning. You know this. You are deciding whether to grant a wholesale junk license. And that decision speaks to whether this particular operation should be entrusted to operate here. The proposed facility would run 12 hours a day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. significantly longer than the company's existing facility in Massachusetts. It would involve processing different types of scrap metal, including iron, steel, aluminum, and copper, along with junk vehicles and other materials. Operations like this raise legitimate concerns about stormwater runoff and heavy metals entering surrounding environments. And those impacts do not stop at the property line. And when we look at the company's record, there are reasons to proceed carefully. Allied Recycling and related entities have previously reached settlements with the Massachusetts Attorney General related to environmental violations, including illegal filling of wetlands, improper waste handling, and failures tied to industrial stormwater discharges. As recently as 2024, noted earlier, the company settled a Clean Water Act case involving stormwater carrying metals into wetlands connected to the Neponset River. That history does not automatically decide tonight's outcome, but it should raise important questions about operational reliability and environmental stewardship. The site also carries history. The same property was a location of a proposed waste transfer station that residents successfully opposed in 2017. Those residents were responding to the cumulative impact of industrial uses concentrated along this corridor. And those concerns remain today. Members of the council, I recognize the difficulty of the decision before you tonight, but I ask that you think about the residents who live closest to the site on both sides of the city line. Think about the families who already live with the noise, truck traffic, and pollution along Concord Street today, and ask whether adding another industrial operation with a documented history of environmental violations is truly in the best interest of both Pawtucket and Providence. Thank you for your time, for considering our voices, and of those residents who live with the consequences of this decision tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Deandra Markgraf from 20 Blaine Street. Let's say we got around to you.
You got it on round two.
It's been a long night.
I have
I actually
to-
got it the last, when you sent me the email too, I got that one.
Oh, I'm glad you got it. Thank you. All right. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad those things are working. My name is Deandra Markgraf. I live at 20 Blaine Street in Providence. I am just around the corner from some folks who've already spoken today. I'm not going to tell you anything now that you haven't already heard, that you don't already know. But I can tell you from my own experience that as my very present, thank you, council person, Justin just said, pollutants know no municipal boundaries. My grandparents bought my 966 square foot house in I brought a tissue because I knew I was going to cry. In 1979, my grandmother, Doris, she lived there in that house for 40 years until the end of 2019, when she passed away from lung cancer that had spread to her brain. Now, you know that our neighborhood is home to an asphalt plant already. I would be lying if the thought didn't cross my mind that, yeah, my grandmother, she was 84 years old. I'm not making the case here that 84 is the new 24, but maybe I would have had more time with her had our air been cleaner, like I remember growing up, because I'd been going to that house for 37 years, the same age Ed was when he bought the Walpole facility and took it over. What I have heard today is speaks to my own experience. I may not live just a block away over the line in Pawtucket. Sometimes I wish I did. But I did work in Pawtucket for 8 years in metals refining. And I can tell you that it is a dirty, dirty job. It has its rewards. You meet really good, dedicated people who very much believe in their cause. But I can tell you that the trade-off, especially for a residential neighborhood, is just not there. It is far outweighed. The amount of lead, dust in the air. If we sent in metals for refining and there was even a trace of cadmium, it would either get kicked back to us or it would be processed with a very, very strenuous additional fee. And in regard to the limit placed on, how many trucks are going to be coming, up and down the road. Anybody who's driven on the Smithfield Road Bridge, you guys know that it is springier than a trampoline. It's scary. the number of, we're on a hospital route. We are at the confluence of so many things. Anyway, so what I've heard is that there will be there will be that, oh, when we cross this bridge, we'll put this plan in place. I can tell you from experience that the business of metals recycling, refining, scrapping, etc., it comes in fast and hot, and the amount of picking you have to do through it. Granted, I was in precious metals. It's a much smaller process right in front of your face, but the heavy machinery needed to process scrap metals of an industrial variety, the noise that I can't even express to you, and I wish I could. What I do know is that I've heard that they will put these plans in place when they cross that bridge, but as we know from free enterprise, that nobody is self-regulating until you get to the point. Don't poke the bear, right? And I have to say that as a resident of this neighborhood, as somebody who very much is proud to live where I live, it is a really terrible thing to wake up nearly every day and be reminded that your city, your town, your state thinks that your neighborhood is a scrapyard. And, my grandfather, he grew beautiful tomatoes in my yard. And these days, everything is just covered in a layer of black soot. My brand new white siding, instead of being covered in what, most Rhode Island houses are covered in, like algae and moss, like anybody else. No, mine's covered in black soot. Please do what you can to help us. We're struggling here as neighbors, as residents of the cities of Pawtucket, Providence, North Providence, Central Falls even. Thank you. Please help us do what you can and deny this license. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Stewart, I don't see you. Are you out there?
I think she left.
Rep Stewart? Okay. Sean Moore from Nathaniel Ave. Did I get it right? Is it Moore? All right.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try and be brief.
Mr. Moore, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the City Council, fellow residents. My name is Sean Moore. I'm the founder of Entering Pawtucket, and I live in Fairlawn, a community that would be directly impacted by the proposed transfer station on Concord Street. I want to be very clear tonight. I live in this neighborhood, and I strongly oppose the Concord Street transfer recycling station. This issue is personal because it affects the place where I live, where my neighbors live, and where families and businesses have built their lives. Placing another industrial business, such as the transfer station, in the middle of a residential area raises serious concerns. Increased traffic, noise, rodents, environmental impacts, all of these would harm our quality of life. Neighborhoods should be a place where we raise our families. We feel comfortable walking down the streets, investing in our homes and businesses, not places where we have to worry about industrial operations being placed in our backyards. What makes this even more frustrating is that we've been here before. The community spoke out, residents and business owners came together, and the proposal that was put before us was stopped because the concerns of our neighborhood were heard. And those concerns, my good friends over there, have not changed. Running Entering Pawtucket, I spend a lot of time listening to people across this city. What I hear is simple. Residents want to know want to know that their voices matter. when decisions are being made that directly impacts their neighborhoods. I urge this council to listen to the people who live in this community and not approve the license for this transfer station. As you all would agree, Pawtucket is a city built on very strong neighborhoods and proud residents who care deeply about where they live. The people who live near Concord Street, such as myself, deserve the same respect, consideration, and protection as every other neighborhood in the city. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Okay, the last name before we get to Attorney Horan and her client, James Folan from Main Street. Mr. Folan? How are you?
Members, hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I was born in Pawtucket Memorial Hospital many years ago, but recently in the last 2 years, I purchased property here in Pawtucket, $500,000 multifamily, and it is directly across the highway from this proposed site. And already there's industrial things going up since I bought my house. The Shastic, what do they call that? Blackstone Distribution Center, big prison-looking building, no windows. It's like yeah, it's an eyesore. And I heard they're gonna probably pave the Morley Field for a parking lot for it. But this is all secondary to now this new thing with this transfer station. And I'm worried about the same thing everyone else is. The diesel truck emissions, the traffic, just seeing, giant trucks full of scrap metal and things being brought down all these streets. It's just disheartening. It's discouraging to feel like we're living in Pawtucket, just being open to making this like an industrial wasteland right when I finally get property here. So yeah, I'm worried about the smells, the noises just wafting over the highway. Now they're saying it's just going to be metal. Mr. Jameson said just metal and stuff, no smells, but then goes on to say, well, everything has a lithium-ion battery. So yeah, there will be chemicals, there will be smells, there'll be noise. I don't want any of it. Just disappointed that it's even being brought up. And sorry, not a public speaker, so I'm nervous and I'm just going to sit down. Thank you.
Doing a good job. Thank you. Okay, Attorney Horan, and I figured it out by looking at the email. It's Brandon Cello. Is that right? Is it Brandon? You and I write alike. You guys can both come forward if you'd like.
Just have to grab my box. For the record, Attorney Monica Horan, 393 Armistice Boulevard in Pawtucket. Thank you for taking us, Mr. President, members of the council. I represent Cello's Realty, Inc. of 505 Silver Street in Providence, Rhode Island, Silver Spring Street. Mr. Brandon Cello is here this evening with me. Like everyone in this room, we are objecting to the granting of the application for a wholesale junk license at 55 Concord Street. I think it's important to know a little bit about the history of these proceedings before the council. The applicant in May of 2025 did an administrative subdivision of these lots down on Concord Street. There was a long parcel, one lot. It was lot 200, and that was administratively subdivided into 2 lots. And what that did indirectly was to reduce the 200-foot radius of the abutters that were notified under the zoning process. These applicants did apply for a zoning certificate to have a primary metals industry, including material process, before the zoning official. And on July 23rd, 2025, that was denied by the zoning officer because the zoning officer believed that this was really a transfer station. I do have for the council copies of that denial letter. So I don't know how you'd like me to present them to the council.
I believe we may already have.
Yeah,
them,
we have.
We have that.
You have that? Okay, so it's
Yep.
already part of the record?
Yes.
Okay.
But you could just leave a copy with the clerk just in case, but I believe I
Certainly.
believe we have a copy of that letter, yes.
All right, because there's an explanation why the zoning officer did the initial denial. So I'll just present it to.
And that was Carl Johnson, yes?
That was Carl Johnson. You are correct. And just as well, Carl Johnson also, as before he issued this denial letter, went up to the facility in Waltham and did inspect it. So that was part of his process. Thereafter, the applicant appealed to the zoning board of the denial of certificate of the zoning certificate. That application, that appeal was heard on November 24th, 2025. And that was really a lengthy hearing before the board. I do not know if the council has
We have
a
that,
copy of the decision.
this?
It's decision 25-17.
Yeah, that's,
We have
that's
that.
what
Okay.
we have.
That's part of the
We
record.
have the other one. Have that.
Okay. And as the council can see, it was a 3-2 vote that overturned the zoning official. But this was really a lengthy hearing. There was a different witness presented by the applicants at that hearing. And the zoning board actually asked some really good questions. An interesting note is when I first met with my client, he had not received any notice of that zoning appeal. And under the rules, all abutters within the 200 feet should receive notice. So we requested not only the abutters list that was presented to the zoning board, but also the mailing labels. I don't know if the city council knows this, but the process when you file any kind of zoning is the applicant submits the 200-foot abutters list and the mailing labels. And I do have a copy for the board this evening. On the abutters list, Cello's is listed, but when you look at the mailing labels, there's no mailing label for Cello's. So Cello's did not receive notice as required. There's also other 200-foot abutters that did not receive a mailing label. Sorry, this is hard to keep documents on here. And I do have that for the board, for the council.
Monica, can I ask you a quick question, just to clarify? You're saying that on a list of the 200-foot radius, Cello's is listed
Correct,
at 505 Silver Spring,
correct.
but the mailing labels that are what zoning uses to verify that notices went out, there is no mailing label to Cello's or that address.
Correct.
Okay.
And I,
Make sure I'm
you are
following.
correct. And I do have the documents we received. You just present those. I have not 12 copies for the council if you'd like to see what I'm referring to. And this came directly from the zoning office.
So
Do you want?
we will take them in, but we'll listen rather than,
Certainly. Do you want me to leave them with the clerk?
yes, please.
Okay,
I would like a copy.
Yeah, hand them out, but you can leave one with the clerk for sure.
okay,
So if we end up taking them with us,
certainly.
there's one in the record.
And Mr. President, I'd like to add that this was the reasoning for my concern that we postponed was the notice to the butters and the address labels.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
And I'm sorry, one last thing, and just to make sure I heard you correctly, it's the responsibility of the applicant in these matters to provide the mailing labels for confirmation.
That's correct. Not the mailing labels and the abutter list. You provide both with your application
Gotcha.
when you go to zoning.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And so further inquiring from my client, the first time he heard about any of this was when this was advertised in the Valley Breeze the Valley Breeze did an article on it the day before this last hearing was to be held. So no one really knew about this, but for the Valley Breeze. As I had indicated previously, many good questions were raised, a lot of what some of your city councilors have already asked this evening. And we do have a transcript of the zoning hearing. It's quite voluminous. It's about 90 pages. But we did some excerpts from the transcript just to kind of show some of our concerns that were raised at the zoning board. So again, I can pass these out, or I can just give them to the clerk for the record to give you both the complete zoning transcript and then a copy of our excerpts.
Same process if we can.
Thank you. I know.
You can feel free while.
Thank you. So, Mr. Jameson, who was here this evening, testified also at the zoning board. And we point out that on page 16 of the transcript, he said that they would get materials from contractors, steel erectors, and municipalities. He then went on to say that the Resource Recovery Corporation is seeking a qualified vendor to purchase and remove scrap metals generated as a byproduct. Now, I'm sure as this council knows, the Resource Recovery Corporation is the landfill. And this came out in the zoning hearing that there are materials being taken from the landfill in Johnston and they will be brought to Pawtucket. There's also confusion, or I found that there was confusion at the zoning board and a little bit here tonight, exactly what is coming in or what they're proposing is coming into Pawtucket. Mr. Miniotti of the zoning board said, I have a question, Mr. Jameson. So you're saying clean metal, and he just mentioned appliances that get dumped at the transfer station. So you could take a refrigerator, a dishwasher, it's not clean metal, it has plastic in there. And Mr. Jameson said, yes, when they go to the transfer station, they will grind these up and they'll take the metal away from the plastic. And Mr. Jameson said it was all metal. But I think this evening he even said, well, there could be some plastic in it. We could have lithium batteries. So we're not just getting metal from contractors, from the landfill site brought into Pawtucket. We're getting other debris. In addition, there was a question that was not really answered at the zoning board, whether or not shredding would be going on or just shearing. Their expert at that hearing on page 36 testified that they were going to do shredding. And then he clarified later, no, he had outdated material. So I think there is a question of what this refining process is, what is exactly going into it. Even when I was listening tonight, I didn't have access to the PowerPoint presentation, but I think it's unclear exactly how much refining or what that constitutes is going to happen in Fairlawn. At the zoning board hearing on page 75, Mr. Jameson testified, we probably ship out about 40 different commodities out of our yard. That's a lot of different commodities. I don't know what that constitutes, but I don't know if there's 40 different metals. That's a lot of stuff coming into Pawtucket. They take sheet metal from shops, from demolition companies, from scrap from the landfill. This is coming from all over the place. And finally, I think that was testified tonight on page 85, they did admit that they take in aluminum. And again, we don't know what the refinement process is, or I didn't understand it either from reading the zoning transcript or listening tonight. So the zoning board hearing, in my opinion, and it was not clarified for me tonight, raised a lot of questions. as to what's coming into this proposed site in Pawtucket. And it's coming from all over the place, which raises a lot of concerns. There's been a lot of talk this evening about violations of this applicant in Walpole. And we were able to obtain the complaint that some people were referring to, and also the consent decree. This, as was talked about, the introduction of the complaint does contain approximately violations of 7 different statutes, including wetlands, hazardous waste, clean air, solid waste management. The consent decree was not entered into until August 19th, 2024. And in the consent decree, this applicant does admit to stuff because they pay a fine, they agree to an injunction, they agree to monitoring. So something was going on there that they consented to. And I do have copies of both the complaint and the consent decree for the council. This is rather voluminous. Again, I can pass it out for part of the record or just give it to the clerk, whatever the council prefers.
If she would pass it. Yeah, same thing again, please.
Thank you.
Again, while that's being distributed, if you'd like to continue,
going.
on, that's fine, yes.
Thank you.
Work out.
As this council knows, there is a comprehensive plan in the city of Pawtucket. And all things that we do in Pawtucket, we like to make sure that it is in alliance with the comprehensive plan. I did not bring the comprehensive plan here this evening for you all. I presume you're all familiar with it. It's quite voluminous. But we took the liberty of going through the comprehensive plan and looking at some of the goals and objectives and how those don't meet up with this proposed license application. And I have an excerpt. It was already passed out. I will just highlight a couple. Under land use, the goals and objectives are to protect existing residential neighborhoods from undue encroachment of conflicting non-residential uses. I would suggest that this application would have an undue encroachment on the current residential neighborhoods in both Fair Lawn and Woodlawn. For natural resources, the comprehensive plan lists threats to natural resources. There's inactive landfills in Pawtucket. We have the former incinerator, San Antonio Way, and Grotto Avenue. This would add one more threat to our natural resource if this application is granted. Under the comprehensive plan, under implementation schedule, natural resources, the city wants to assess, working with RIDEM, the water quality impacts of material salvage yards found along the Blackstone and Moshassuck rivers and implement mitigation measures as required. I know there's been some testimony about groundwater storm runoff, but there is a waterway near this. And I don't know what the effect of all of this debris, all of this construction, all of this stuff from the landfill, what effect it will have on our waterways. There are a few laws as well that would deal with this situation. The first is the enabling legislation for secondhand licenses. And that's Rhode Island General Law 5-212. And in that enabling legislation, particularly 5-212, it's the statute states that no license shall be granted under this chapter if the owners or occupants of a greater part of the land within 200 feet of that building or place file with the city council their objections. So I do appreciate that we have many more objectors here tonight than within the 200-foot radius.
My client is within the 200-foot radius, but I think it just shows the importance of the objectors coming out against a project. It's put in the enabling legislation that if we were all within the 200-foot radius, you would not be able to even grant the license. I'm sure the city council is familiar with this enabling legislation. There's one more statute that does not apply, but it does show kind of, you know, what the state is looking for, and it is the Junkyard Control Act. And this is found at Rhode Island General Law 24-14-4. And under this provision, the state says that no person, firm, or corporation should operate or maintain a junkyard within 1,000 feet of a highway or an interstate. There is an exception if that local area is zoned for industrial use. And I do appreciate that this area is zoned MO. But again, it's just showing public policy that the state does not want this type of business within 1,000 feet of a public highway, and this certainly is. I know this has been brought up throughout the evening, and I won't harp on it too much, but even though this is an industrial MO zone, this is surrounded by a residential area. Fairlawn and Woodlawn, as I know this council is aware, is heavily dense residential all along Smithfield Avenue, Power Road. And also there's a public open zone right behind Nathaniel Green. We have a pool, we have tennis courts, we have ball fields, we have a playground. This is right up the road for this. So even though this may be an industrial MO zone, the surrounding neighborhoods are not, and that's who's going to be affected. I think it was brought up by Representative Cruz and that Fairlawn has had enough, and Fairlawn has taken a lot over the past 40 or 50 years that I've been affiliated with Pawtucket. We had the incinerator, we had the transfer station, and to now add this with 25 to 30 trucks a day is a lot for Fairlawn. They have done their part for the city, and I would respectfully suggest to the council that it should probably stop. The issue of traffic has been brought up a lot. I appreciate the city councilman from Providence with that statistic. We did an APA request to the city of Pawtucket because in my experience, driving through the Smithfield Avenue intersection where Cello's is, I see accidents there more often than I care to with people cutting into the gas stations. So I was not surprised by the stat that he offered about the number of accidents on Nellie Street and Smithfield Avenue. It's highly traffic. It's absolutely a mess. And during rush hour, you just kind of pray as you go through there.
Monica, can I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yes.
You mentioned the APRA.
Yes.
I know that came this week. You're not suggesting that you didn't get a response.
Not at all. They were still under the time requirement.
Okay.
And
I didn't want anybody out there to think that there was not a response to your request.
absolutely, they have 10 days to respond, and they are well within the 10 days. We just had not gotten a response yet.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
There's been talk about the environment. I won't harp on that any further. I think there's a lot of unknown issues as it relates to this proposal that need to be addressed. I think the neighbors have raised this. And even though this isn't an MO zone, this is a predominantly residential area. And we would implore the council to please reject this request for a license. And my client just has very few comments relative to how it will affect his business personally. Thank you.
Mr. Cello? Oh, thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. As we said earlier, my name is Brendan Cello, part of the third generation of Cello's Hometown Bar and Grill. I am standing up here alone tonight, but there is an army behind me. My brother Cole, my cousin Zach, Brandon, Ryan, and then we also have our VP of Ops, Jason Delatesky, and our GM at our Providence location, Joe Madeira. I put together this little outline sort of thing to kind of highlight and call attention to. When I put it together, I kind of envisioned myself speaking first, and obviously that did not happen. So in the interest of everyone's time and avoiding redundance, I'm not going to comment on things like the settlements and stuff like that. That's already been addressed. What I will comment on though is, which was quite literally just brought up, traffic that cannot be stressed enough. I mean, it's everyone in Pawtucket, Fair Lawn, anyone affected by this facility, but I can speak specifically to Cellos at 505 Silver Spring. Even in the current state, without the additional influx of, at minimum, 20 to 25 trucks, possibly 35 or more eventually, it's a disaster. There are days where there's basically traffic inside our lot just waiting to enter the traffic to leave and go home. There's one entrance, one exit. You're just waiting for someone who's maybe nice enough to let you in. It's a disaster. Add all of these trucks into the mix, and then I think we're beyond an inconvenience. It's truly hazardous. And I know another resident brought up the concerns about the bridge. That's something that I would very, very, very much like to look into as well. So what I will say is, as business owners, we support business. A high tide floats all boats, as we say. But what we do not support is business that it risks our livelihood, our customers' health, and the quality of life of the residents and neighbors around us, our customers, essentially. Our company goes back to 1955. We're a 71-year-old company. We're very proud of that. We spent over 50 of those years at 505 Silver Spring, and we've been beyond proud of that. However, had a facility like the one that's being proposed existed back when my grandfather and his brothers were at the helm of things, there's less than 0% chance that Cellos would be there today. And I very, very, very strongly believe that any prospective business owner in Pawtucket will have that same concern moving forward should this thing pass. So please, I urge you, listen to your residents, to the local business owners, not just myself, everyone. Please listen, make the smart decision when it comes time to vote. One last thing that I did want to bring up. Not everyone's worked in a restaurant. A lot of people in this room have. They have my last name. But all of our buildings, they have a pretty sophisticated makeup air system. Providence is no exception. We are very, very, very concerned about the pollutants, the particulates, anything that's going to stem from this facility, making its way through the air, flowing directly into our intakes on our roof and then flowing into our kitchens. We did not sign up for that. Our guests did not sign up for that. Our staff did not sign up for that. It's not healthy. It's not right. It doesn't belong there. Like I said, I have a lot here, but it's pretty much all been touched on at this point, so I won't take up any more of your time. Again, thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Cello. So that completes the public comment portion of this public hearing. I'm looking around the table. I'm gonna take about a 3-minute break for the members to stretch their legs and do as they need. And when we come back, before we go back to the presentation, I think we need to have a conversation about what to do with the rest of the night's agenda, but you got a couple minutes.
Oh, I don't know if we could just. Yeah. I just keep them so it's easier to make sure I get everything. If you want it back. All right. All right. I'm good. I got so much stuff for everybody.
I know, I remember.
Dante, are we ready to go back on? Are we on?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally wrong. Totally wrong.
Okay. Before we get back to the Allied Recycling Center, if I can beg everybody's indulgence to take care of item number 11, where somebody has been hit sitting here for all that time. So Mike, would you please introduce item 11, a petition for license?
Absolutely. Item number 11, petition for license, entertainment in class F1, full privilege petition of James Montero to conduct a Brown University Student Club morale boosting event and to sell alcoholic beverages at 249 Main Street on Thursday, April 9, 2026, from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m. License number is EVT 26-6. Motion is to approve.
Moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Codier, that approval be given to an entertainment in class F1 full privilege, James Montero, to conduct a Brown University Student Club, is it moral or morale? I assume it's morale boosting event and to sell the alcoholic beverages at 249 Main Street, Thursday, April 9th, from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m. It will be license number EVT-26-6. The motion is to approve. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I'm sorry. Now we're back to the petition for the wholesale junk new license. And I apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, Attorney Azar.
Thank you. If you still have your slide packet from earlier, we'll just finish up with that to let it guide our discussion. I promise the end of it is insight. There's not that many slides left. I appreciate everyone's time tonight. So we're picking back up on the slide that's titled Correcting False Information. We just wanted to clarify some things for the record, since a couple of times before the meeting and a couple of times here, this has been referred to as a transfer station. We want it to be very clear for the record that the zoning board specifically determined that this was not a transfer station. It's not a waste transfer station. It's not a dump. There's not going to be garbage, organic waste, or anything similar at the site. Transfer stations for private use are not allowed in Pawtucket unless it was municipal. That's not what this is, just to clarify that. One other thing we wanted to clarify, like we said, this is not garbage. Scrap metal is a valuable, globally traded industrial commodity. And the last thing is we just wanted to reiterate the character of this area. It is zoned MO. It is an industrial zone, and the directly abutting uses are compatible uses with our use. If you'll just go to the next slide.
Don't feel like you have to rush.
Okay, I appreciate it. Just want to go through the fact that all the city's licensing prerequisites have been met. Those include the mailed notice to property owners within 200 feet of the property. The property abutter list should be in your materials for the 200 feet. Newspaper notice was ran for this back when we had our first hearing. There was a police BCI completed, showing the fitness of character of the applicant as required. All the license and notice fees have been paid. The zoning use is permitted, and you've received a zoning certificate from the zoning official confirming that. And we're here having our public hearing before the city council.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Relative to this slide?
Yes.
We have the notice and we have the list of the 200-foot abutters.
Yes.
Do we have in your packet the mailing labels?
So the city mails the notice for this type of license. So I personally do not have them. The city should have them.
Is it the applicant's responsibility to produce that set of mailing labels?
The city produces the mailing, the abutters map, the list, and the labels. I do have the labels here in my packet. They're in the city file, but the city produced that list. I also gave you a copy of the map with an aerial, so you should have that as well. And I also, some of them were repeat, so there's some properties are owned by the same owners. So I did a pared down one just to make it easier for you, but in the file is the labels for this matter. So
I only asked because there was a an assertion that perhaps at least one 200-foot abutter was not on the mailing list. So on the mailing labels.
I don't think it was asserted for this application. It was asserted for the zoning.
Agreed. but
Okay, so
that's what's brought us here. So
yes, yeah, that property is not on this 200, is not in the 200 feet and not on this list and does not need to be.
okay. Thank
So,
you. Just
like I
wanted to
said,
clarify that.
like I said, you have some the materials were produced by the city, but I gave you some additional copies and not what I thought was a little bit easier to look at for 'em. So like I said, we've met all those requirements. That's what's required to approve this license. Beyond that, we've brought in some experts for you and some other things to touch on those points above and beyond the prerequisites. If you go to the next slide, we talked a little bit. We've been talking a little bit about the 200 feet, and there is a provision in the law that if the greater part of the land within 200 feet of the application were here to object, it would hold a different weight for that this is a standard that's in this ordinance. It's in Rhode Island general law. That has not been met here. No one that has come forward is identifiably in that 200-foot radius. So, we'll touch on that a little bit more in a second, but those direct neighbors, the ones in 200 feet, have not objected. It's called a remonstrance, but, it's not been met here. So we wanted to make it clear that none of those objectors are here. The standard has not been met for that. And then on the next page, I just have some ongoing license compliance items. So there's been talk about what happens after tonight. Say you do grant us the license, and what happens a year from now. There's still going to be compliance issues that we're going to be involved with the city. So first of all, we have to comply with all the Pawtucket ordinances. You have other sections of your ordinance related to that chapter 251 about record keeping and other things. We'll be complying with those. We touched a little bit on the noise ordinance. That's something we're going to be in compliance with. Other parts of Rhode Island general law. Also, we're going to cooperate, coordinate, and be under inspection by the Pawtucket police and fire departments and work with those agencies. That's another touch point to check in with everyone here. We're also going to do some licensing through the Rhode Island Attorney General. They have licensing authority over certain metals. So they're going to be, taking a look at this and lending their expertise. Anything environmental is going to go through the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management. So those are experts in the field that are going to be looking at this. Nothing will be done that needs their approval without their approval. So you can rest easy knowing that people specialized in that field will be taking a look at it. And then separately, we come back here for renewals with you guys. I'm sure I don't have to tell you, you renew licenses annually. They're not transferable. So there was some talk about someone else taking control. You guys have annual licenses that are not transferable. So, we think that all can hopefully put some comfort in people's minds as to what happens ongoing in the future. This isn't the end of the relationship between the city and Allied if the license were granted. This is an ongoing relationship. And now if you go to the next slide, I just asked Tim Eskey to touch over the legal standard for these kinds of decisions a little bit.
I want to thank the members of the board, Mr. President and members. I want to thank also the members of the public who've come out here and expressed their concerns and very passionately, argued for what they believe in and what should be happening to this property. But I'm going to be the bad cop in a sense, because I am obligated to point out that none of the concerns that have been articulated here have anything to do with what's before this board. There may be another time and place to address those concerns, and there are other times and places to address those concerns, but it's not here before this board. And this board is not here to relitigate a zoning decision, the appeal period of which has been passed. This board, there are legal standards that apply to the denial of a license, a junk license in this case. And there are two reasons for which this board can deny a license. The first was touched on by Attorney Azar, and that's the remonstrance. If within the 200-foot zone, the majority of the landowners within that zone had come before this board and expressed an objection, then it's an automatic denial. The board doesn't even have discretion. That's statutory. That's one reason. There's only one other reason that this board can issue a denial. And these are legal standards that exist in the statutes, that exist in the ordinances, and have been clarified by the Rhode Island Supreme Court. Now, as far as the remonstrance statute is concerned, the Supreme Court said, and this is a case Bork versus Dettori, the Supreme Court says that the statute clearly contemplates that the license will be freely granted unless there's objection with those within the 200 feet. That hasn't happened, so that's off the table. The second reason is that the applicant has to be unsuitable or unfit for licensure. And in the ordinances, that's at section 251.5. That's the standard in that section. And the Rhode Island Supreme Court has addressed that standard in a case involving a predecessor council. That was Novak versus City Council of Pawtucket. That's a decision at 205 Atlantic 2nd 589. And in that case, the Rhode Island Supreme Court overturned the decision of the Pawtucket City Council that denied a secondhand shop license. And the Supreme Court said that, look, a denial can be related to unsuitability or unfit for licensure, but it clarified what that meant. It said that must relate to the applicant's character or record as it relates to criminal activity. And as Attorney Azar pointed out, in compliance with the standard, we applied to the police and received a clear BCI check. That was in compliance with the ordinance here. The Supreme Court also went on to say in that case that suitability applies to the person of the applicant and not to the proposed location of the business. Objections by neighbors relating to traffic hazards, depreciation of property, noise, dust, what have you, all the objections that we heard tonight. The Supreme Court said that's not suitability. That's not unfit for licensure. You have no business, there's no grounds for denial of a license of this type for those types of concerns. And again, I appreciate those concerns. I sympathize with them. But this board doesn't have the legal authority for those reasons to deny the license. The Supreme Court also said in that case, because there was one member of the council, the record before the Supreme Court showed that one member of the council at that time said, I'm going to do everything I can to deny this license in the interest of my constituents. And you have a lot of constituents here. I appreciate that. As Attorney Horan said, this is a difficult decision, but as this board and the oath that you took was to uphold the law. And here's what the law is. The law is that the interests of the constituents have been expressed here tonight, as compelling as they are. As much sympathy as you may have for that, you're legally obligated to disregard that, according to the Rhode Island Supreme Court. That has nothing to do with the second reason for which this board can deny a license, and that's unsuitable or unfit for licensure. So there's no evidence before this board. There's nothing in the record upon which the board can lawfully deny this license. And I know it's difficult, but if indeed that happens, then we'll be up in the Rhode Island Supreme Court again on a petition for certiorari, just like in the Novak case. And we'll be asking the Supreme Court again to overturn the council. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but I know you must be torn between what is perhaps politically expedient and the legal obligations that you have as a board. And so I would, for those reasons, respectfully submit that this board has no choice other than to grant the license because there are no grounds for denial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are we all set?
We just close and say thank you for your time. As you know, our respectful request is to grant this license. We hope that hearing directly from the applicant and the very qualified engineers and to speak on their field of expertise have helped to kind of put to rest some of the false rumors and give you some information about any concerns and convey that this is a qualified applicant who will be a valued and responsible community business, just like they are in Walpole, like evidenced by the letter from the Walpole Town Administrator. And they'd really like to be part of this community and improve this property. So we'd respectfully request that you approve the wholesale junk license for the proposed facility. And we thank you. We thank everyone for their time.
Thank you. Quickly, what was your name again, sir? I know it was Tim. I just hadn't written it down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I believe we're still in a public hearing, so I am going to declare the public hearing closed and either entertain a motion or entertain discussion. What is your preference, Counselor, at your district?
I do have some words to say before I entertain a motion. I'm not sure if any of my other colleagues have anything to say or they would like to let me go first, and it might just also include what you're thinking anyways.
I think it's best if you go first, and you're right. They may concur.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you to everybody for coming down tonight and sharing your testimony. I appreciated hearing from both the applicant and the residents who took the time to participate in this discussion. I would be remiss if I didn't take just 1 minute to say that to the residents that have come down either today, they've emailed, dropped off petitions, and just have been engaged. I would like to say that you honor Pat St. Germain very well. And I think that's I just wanted to take a minute to say that because she was very engaged in a topic similar to this almost 10 years ago. So you honor her very well. After listening carefully to the testimony presented this evening and considering the information that was placed on the record, that's, regarding truck traffic, lack of how this would affect residential traffic and the bridge there, operation impacts, quality of life impacts, the debris, the environmental considerations, the clean water, and the proximity to the proposed nearby residential properties, the recreation centers, the daycares, the schools. Something else that kind of gives me pause and that's on the record is that the zoning director had first denied this also with the support of planning. They had denied it. And then the zoning board of appeals through a narrow 3-2 overturned it. In testimony, the Director Johnson says that regardless of the presentation, he would still agree with his original determination. So that gives me a little pause, and I'm glad that that is on record as well. And I think somebody had mentioned just the mission of our comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan saying, there's a goal to protect our residents in our residential areas. I will say I'm not very torn. I'm very proud of where I live. Since I've been on council, we've been really working on upgrades to the park. We just started working on capping the old transfer station and making that more land accessible for park use. And I know it was said like metals are very valuable, but quality of life is, I think, more valuable. I have concerns about the compatibility of this type of operation in that location and the potential impact that it will have on the surrounding neighborhood now and in the future. And those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Counselor. Would you prefer to make a motion? Okay.
Yeah, I think,
So trying not to rush this, but it's
Yeah.
been a long time. I want to make sure we get it right. I want to show we get the process right.
Yep.
If you feel like now is the time to make a motion, then do so.
uh, I feel wholeheartedly, based on the testimony and on the record before us, I'm going to move to deny this license. Second.
Please. Okay, so it's been moved by Counselor Stakoviak, and please just raise your hand if you seconded it. Seconded by Counselors Rubio, Arujo, Coder, Moreno, and Gregor. Any discussion on the Counselor Gregor?
Yes, so first of all, I'd just like to thank, I'm very happy to see all these people coming up and showing up and actually, speaking up and utilizing their constitutional right to speak out and seek, redress for grievances that they perceive. So, so that's great to see. That's number one. I echo a lot of, what Councilor Merlini has just stated. I do appreciate the package that's been presented, and they are standards relative to denial of license, which are limiting, unfortunately. But however, I think that suitability of applicant, fitness for licensure, and the character of the record should encompass a bit more than just but it's criminal. We have various violations here as recent as 2024 from the folks here from Allied Recycling. Also, I just wanted to point out that when these types of proposals are brought forth in one municipality and there's a neighboring municipality that might be affected, there's a Rhode Island statute on point, unfortunately, I don't remember it offhand, that specifically says that the neighboring potentially affected municipality is supposed to get notice right from the start. So when you first, and this is probably not your fault, but however, when you first started entertaining moving to Pawtucket and you were discussing these various plans with the Commerce Department, Development Department, whoever it was, the process for notice should have been sent to Providence right away. Clearly it wasn't, since we just got this letter dated today, them opposing it, which suggested they had no idea there was a process going on, which is going to have this much of an impact. So that's something people should be looking at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I look to anybody else, let me just weigh in a little bit. And maybe that will also cure a need for anything else. So I want to start first by recognizing the efforts of Councilor Stakoviak. She asked me a handful of questions when the issue was first coming up. She was very insistent that she would do a site visit at Walpole. And as you heard earlier, I accompanied her. So the two of us went up there. In hindsight, we probably should have gone up during operation hours instead of at 4 o'clock. But again, hindsight is 2020. I don't know that we would have seen anything we decided would be untoward. I respect everything Mr. Esky said at the end. Matter of fact, when we first arrived in Walpole, Attorney Azar said, we've got all our ducks in a row. We're really just before you for licensing. And I understood what she was suggesting, and I would have said the same thing as her if I were in her shoes. But my response was, if we are required to hold a public hearing and take a vote on an application, certainly suggests that vote could be no. I get that perhaps you are right, that we don't have any authority to do otherwise. But I do think the second prong of the test relative to what I'll call fitness. I work for a state agency that does licensure too, and part of the decision of whether to grant or not is fit, willing, and able. It's kind of the same thing here. Different vernacular, same idea. And somebody mentioned something about the 23 or 26 years in business, and certainly within those 23 or 26 years, the issues with DEM and other consent agreements that had to be contemplated at least suggests that it might not be exceptionally run. So I think that could play into why I would think we might have a say in this matter. I don't think anybody expected to come down here and spend 3 or 4 hours to be told that it's a done deal. You know, it doesn't seem very democratic, although I might be wrong that it's absolutely legally based. I don't know. So I will support Councilor Stacoviac's motion to deny. We're a little bit late in the night. We have to take a vote whether or not to continue after 11 o'clock. So that's a whole nother issue. But having seen 4 or 5 or 6 colleagues raise their hand to second this, I get the sense that they feel the same way as Councilor Stacoviac. So unless anybody has a need to weigh in as well, if what Councilor Gregor said and what Councilor Stacoviac has said and what I've said, there's still something left unsaid in your mind, then let me know, Councilor.
I'll be brief. I wanted to thank Councilor Stacoviac. You did a great job on that whole thing. I know when I first came up a few weeks ago, you were scrambling in a good way to try to get, all the people weren't notified with a 200-foot radius. So great job by you. Went to place council president and stuff, so you did everything you needed to do. I want to thank all the people that showed up to see me. We don't see that too often that the chambers are full. And so thank you very much for showing up and presenting your opinions, and they do count and they do matter. The president made that comment about fit, and I forget the other 2 words you said, but we had talked earlier today about this briefly on the phone, and I said, I can remember years ago, because I've been on the council so long, that I didn't allow a certain license, but I voted no on a license in my district because, quote unquote, it wasn't a good fit for the neighborhood. And then I feel like that's the same thing here. So I'm definitely going to support Councilor Stacoviac in denying it, but I'm also going to be realistic with the professional. Certainly, I want to thank to the people that presented it for Allied Recycling. You're very professional and very patient with everybody, and I do appreciate you presenting it. But the reality is too is I'm going to vote in favor of rejecting this and voting no. But I think the reality too, potentially, I'm just warning everybody, is that I'm sure they're going to appeal and potentially. I mean, we'll see what happens up in the Supreme Court, but they could win. So, but I think we have to go with the people on this one and vote no on this.
Thank you, Councilor. I would also like to extend my gratitude for your patience and your presentation. I'm sure this didn't go the way you expected it would, or hoped it would, but we appreciate the manner with which you proceeded, and we do understand that there's a very good likelihood that by tomorrow you'll be appealing to the Supreme Court. So that's understood. But I do believe that second prong about the uncomfortableness of the multiple violations in Massachusetts certainly bears on the I'll use the term fitness. I think it says suitability. And I don't think suitability is solely criminal. So I will leave it at that. And if anybody has anything else, speak now or forever hold your peace. We don't normally do this in the Board of License Commissioners. We're going to take a roll call vote. And the motion is to deny. So a yes vote is yes to deny. And the clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer,
Yes.
Council Ruzo,
Yes.
Council Codere,
Yes.
Council Gregor,
Yes.
Council Moran,
Yes.
Council Moreno,
Yes.
Council Rubio,
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain,
Yes.
9-0.
Motion passes. Thank you. If I'm sure everyone is eager to get out of here. Just if you could maybe file out orderly, we have to take a vote whether or not we can continue. So, thank you all for coming out tonight. We are adjourned as the Board of License Commissioners.
We
No,
already
we
did
did
it.
it, didn't we?
They did it.
We
Yeah,
did
we did 11.
We did it, yeah.
Right.
So what do we want to?
Before we convene as Pawtucket City Council, I ask you to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance started by Councilor Codere.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, the Republic, and one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Monica,
Clerk, I call the
Monica. You're gonna give me that, right?
Thank you, guys.
clerk.
You're gonna type up that, yeah?
I'll call the Pawtucket City Council or the clerk will call the roll. And then we're gonna take a vote.
President
Extend.
Mercer,
Here.
Council Ruzo,
Here.
Council Codere,
Here.
Gregor,
Here.
Council Moran,
Here.
Council Moreno, Council Rubio,
Here.
Council Kubiak, Council Wildenhain,
He's here.
9 in attendance.
Did you want me to?
Okay, so we are past 11 o'clock. We should have done this slightly before 11 o'clock, but we had not convened as the Pawtucket City Council. Our rules require a 2/3 vote, in order to go past the 11 o'clock curfew. So the first thing we're going to do is take a vote on whether or not to continue or whether or not to adjourn. A yes vote is to continue. Okay, and it has to be a roll call vote.
No, yeah, okay, no, I just, I know there's been somebody in the audience that's been waiting a long time from the property committee, sitting for a vote.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
okay,
we gotta do this first. We can't
Yeah,
do anything
I know.
without taking this vote. So
Okay.
the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to continue past 11 o'clock,
After 11.
past 11, yes.
Ooh, Angel.
7:13.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
yes,
Council Codere,
Yes.
Council Gregor,
No.
Council Moran,
Before I say yes, I was gonna say if this was live Pacific time, we'd be good. It'd be 8:11, right? So we wouldn't have to do that. I'm gonna vote yes.
Yeah, that helped.
Council Moreno,
Little levity.
Council Rubio,
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-1.
Okay, so that surpasses the 2/3 margin. We will convene at 11:14. Counselor Arujo.
okay. Item number 1, Mr. President, I call for approval of the consent agenda and correspondence.
Moved by Counselor Arujo, second by Counselor Wildenhain, and approve be given the item 1, the consent agenda and correspondence. Are there any items on item 1 the councilors would like to discuss? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item
Item-
2,
Item number 2, a communication from His Honor Mayor Donald R. Grebian to the honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council, submitting the following reappointment as a Democratic alternate member of the Board of Canvassers for confirmation. Mary Lee Arsenault, 7 Belgrade Avenue, Pawtucket, Rhode Island, 02861. Term to expire the first Monday in January 2027. I move to approve on a roll call vote.
Moved by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Moreno, that item 2, a communication from His Honor Mayor Donald R. Grevian to the honorable members of Pawtucket City Council submitting the following appointment as a Democratic alternate member of the Board of Canvassers, Mary Lee Arsenal, 7 Belgrade Avenue, for a term that expires the first Monday in January of 2027. The motion is for confirmation on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Councilor Ruzo.
Yes.
Councilor Codere.
Yes.
Councilor Gregor. Yeah. Councilor Moran.
Yes.
Councilor Moreno. Councilor Rubio.
Yes.
Councilor Kubiak.
Yes.
Councilor Wildenhain.
Yes.
9-0.
Number 3, the City Property Committee returns the following: a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a ground lease with Penrose LLC for the property located on School Street and as further described in the exhibit to the ground lease agreement. I move for a roll call vote. Oh, wait.
Move
I'm-
approval.
Yeah,
Is it-
approval, sorry.
It was a recommendation.
Yes, it was
The
a recommendation.
Recommendation from the property committee is for approval.
Is it for
And
approval,
you're
yes.
moving approval on a roll call vote?
Yeah,
Second.
please.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Kubiak, second by both Councilor Ruzo and Councilor Moreno, that item 3, the City Property Committee returns the following with a recommendation for approval: a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a ground lease with Penrose LLC for the property located on School Street and as further described in the exhibit to the ground lease agreement. The motion is for approval on a roll call vote. Do we need to hear from planning, or is the property committee comfortable with this?
Yeah, I think the property committee was actually very supportive. This is the first phase of 1B, and this is the housing that will have affordable units in it.
It's the account, it's.
Yes.
99
99-year lease.
It is up toward Portuguese Social Club Way, so on the easternmost part of that eastern side of the river. It allows them to proceed with low-income housing grants,
68
right?
units.
68 units, and being done that way, the tax revenue to the city is based on not on appraised value, but on the rents from the 68 low-income units. Yes, moderate. Give me the correct term.
Moderate to low income.
Moderate to low
Yeah,
income.
moderate to low. We have
Yeah,
the, I
moderate
can't
to
find,
Affordable housing.
housing.
There we go.
Yeah.
I knew I would get it. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
I just want to say one thing. It's going to actually work on an area of the city that has not been worked on at all. And it's really going to start the improvement on that side of where the Portuguese Social Club Way. It's the first of the, like Councilor
1B.
Skoviak said, Plan 1B. And to me, with the affordable housing component, it's a no-brainer.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wildenhain first.
Yeah, I think it's the important start of the second phase that we all turned around and sat around this table for the gratuitous function of it. And now that we'll see housing come up, which we all knew was an important aspect
yes.
of that project too.
We did mention
you.
that in property that as a council as a whole, this was the part of the project that we were all like, okay, we can't wait for that part to start.
Gotcha. Did you still have something, Council?
Yes, is this
Bye.
the real estate that where the Hampton Inn was supposed to go in a long time ago?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, a
No.
long time ago.
No.
That whole parcel.
I thought it was too. It's like a little.
It's
city
up.
front
So
Yeah, but-
if you were in a
but-
spot,
What he's asking basically, it's not necessarily the parcel, that whole east side between the river and Portuguese Social Club, right? There are a couple different parcels there. This is the easternmost parcel of that property.
Oh, okay.
But people do refer to it as where the hotel was supposed to go, right? So I just,
Councilor Gregor, if you
you're
was
right or you're wrong. Or you're a yes or a no.
real quick, if you were standing in the Portuguese Social Club parking lot, if you were right in the middle of the parking lot after the entrance, and you went across the street to School Street, that's where it's going to begin. So it's like halfway up that parking lot.
From
right
there
across,
up
and go
toward.
where the red light is.
School Street,
Yeah, like
along,
Linas.
along School Street.
Yeah, along the right side.
It's only 6 point something acres, I think. Yeah. So
Any other questions?
6 point something acres, right?
In that case, that's a roll call. Yes,
Thank
clerk,
you.
call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Skoviak.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
You can go home now.
I apologize. That was 1 acre, not 6
Or
point
something,
acres.
something,
Something like that.
yeah. Yeah.
About an acre. My apologies. I misspoke.
Parcel, yeah.
Um,
Thank you.
Thanks for staying.
Am I going on to 4?
Keep it going, just finish.
yes, go ahead.
Okay. The City Property Committee submits the following resolution with the recommendation for approval. It's a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a 5-year extension of the lease between the City of Pawtucket and Len's Hot Dog Haven Incorporated for the concession areas at Slater Memorial Park. I move for an approval on a roll call vote.
So moved by
Second.
Councilor Kubiak, second by Councilor Moreno, that the City Property Committee submits the following resolution with the recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a 5-year extension of the lease between the City of Pawtucket and Len's Hot Dog Haven, Inc. for concession areas of Slater Memorial Park. The motion is for approval on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call. the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council,
I think you said yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Skoviak.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
9-0.
Again, silly. Number 5 is an ordinance repealing and replacing the schedule of pay rates for the uniformed members of the police department in section 88-12 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2027 for second passage. Call for approval on a roll call vote. Reading 7, though. I'll do it.
Moved by Councilor. Were you? Council Willenhagen, orders repealing and replacing the schedule of pay rates. Uniform members of the police
He has
department,
no
section
idea.
88-12 of the Code of Ordinances, of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled regarding January 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. The recommendation is for second passage on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Skoviak.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
9-0.
Item number 6 is an ordinance and amendment of chapter 347 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Solid Waste. I'd like to make a motion for approval, second passage on a roll call vote.
Second.
Moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Codere, approval be given to an ordinance and amendment of chapter 437 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Pawtucket, 1996 regarding entitled Solid Waste. This is for second passage, the motion for second passage on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Skoviak.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
9-0.
Council Moran, would you take 7 and 8, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Number 7, the Ordinance Committee returns the following ordinance with a recommendation for approval. An ordinance and a member of, amendment of Chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking. I'd like to make a motion to postpone that if we could.
Do you want to
Second.
take 8 as
Yep.
well?
And number 8, the Committee on Claims and Pending Suits returns the following claims for damages against the city. The claim from Penny Feldman, $96.29. Raymond Munoz Tabarez, $74. Kyle McCarthy, $1,692. Dwayne Fonts, $1,551.49, or $2,056.35. Ashley Diane Pocchiadlo, $1,007.50, and then Janine Smith for $144.87. Motion is to postpone.
So moved by Council Moran, second by Councilor Rubio, that we postpone both items 7 and 8 till the next meeting in March. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. We are adjourned.
That's 2 weeks.